So,
Technical difficulties. Technical
right.
difficulties. Yep.
Oh, I see the live station here now.
There we go. All right. All right. Sweet. Sweet.
So that's a start. Let's see. Home Depot Hangout with Haunted the Roxbury, Halloween Dan, and Scare Dad.
There
Okay,
we
we
go.
are live and rocking and rolling.
It's official now. It's official
It
now.
is. This is the real
Pour
deal.
one more cup of coffee if you made it through the entire cup, because we're about to sit in here for a minute.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. So it's funny. I laid down. I went earlier. It's like I'm gonna have to take a nap. I couldn't fall asleep. I was too excited. I saw all that stuff, and I'm like, we got the Captain Cuts. We got this Grim Reaper. I was like, I can't sleep. I can't
Yeah, they
sleep. And then
finally.
there's a part of me that's like, what if they drop it at midnight? What if something happens? Right?
Yep. Yep.
I know they won't because they never do. But I'm gonna be refreshing all night. So
They'll do that in every state except for ours, right?
right.
It's like it
So
dropped at 1 o'clock in every state except for Michigan and Rhode Island.
that'd be just our luck.
Wouldn't
So all right. Well, it's good to know that we actually are fully live, and we got to figure it out before Dan's supposed to join us because he was thinking he would probably join around probably 12:30 our time.
Okay. Okay. So we were getting the whole situation nice and set up for him. That's what we were
Oh, but you
doing.
know what? I have to send him a new link probably, huh?
Oh.
Uh, hmm. How do I do that now that we're live? Invite. Here we go. Copy link. Don't you love when we figure it out as we're live?
You're doing way better than I would be doing. I'd be waking my son up right now going, how does this work?
Oh, is it the same? Oh, it might be the same link anyway. The numbers look the same. Well, he's
Okay.
got two now.
Sweet. Sweet.
Just
He
that
can make his
the peer
choice.
pressure. You got two invites. You better come on, Dan.
Hey, come on, man. Come on. This is,
Right? Oh,
it
and
ain't
now
a
I get.
party until he gets here.
You know, it's good to know. You get an email from YouTube that says you're live. That is
Oh,
good to know.
did that just come through?
That is. So yeah. So hopefully we'll have Dan on, but we're excited. We got some awesome Home Depot stuff coming, and
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
like I said, I tried to take a nap before because we're going straight through till 6 a.m. and I couldn't.
Yep.
I'm thinking about
Yep.
Captain Cuts. I'm thinking the Levitating Reaper. I haven't had a link yet. So some
Yep.
of these I was able to save to my wish list earlier, and Home
Right.
Depot's now pulled those links off.
Yeah.
So you can't find them. Before, what you could do is you could look for the unreleased items,
I noticed
and
that. I
and
noticed that.
so I did it, and I've got a few on my wish list, which is awesome. But unfortunately, I can't do it now. And I really wanted that Reaper on there. He didn't come out before they caught on to the fact that we were doing this.
Yep. Yep.
So, but
Look at there. It's a party now.
right.
It's a party now.
So right away, my
Hello.
favorites.
There it is.
Hey,
Welcome to the group of guys that should be in bed right now.
That's right. Yeah, I've just woke up.
hey.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
If I'm being quiet, it's because my kids are still in bed.
Well, there's no kids I'm worried about. I'm worried about the other half coming down with a dough roller and beating me
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, Katie gave me strict warning. She's like, if the kids wake up, they're your responsibility. I'm not getting up.
Put him on the stream. My son already said, he's like, Dad, he's like, how should I come onto your stream? I'm like, hey, whatever you want, as long as you're not being crazy. He's like, should I wear my gas mask? I'm like, if you want to, go ahead. Hopefully he's sleeping now, but it's not like I'm a great dad, so he's probably up eating candy or something. I don't know.
Ah, well, as long as he's having fun, that's
Right?
all that matters. It might as well be Halloween now, so let them do what they want to
do.
Right. Pre-game. It's called pre-game.
So it's funny because I was sending messages to Dan all day, and I knew he wasn't responding because he was working on that Home Depot video.
Yeah, that's basically it. I was just like obsessed all day.
Right? Man,
Honestly.
I was just telling Nate, I was just like, it's crazy because I haven't been this excited for a release probably in the last, I'm going to say 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's
Yeah.
funny because this year I didn't think I was going to be that excited for this one. Like when they first started showing stuff, I was like, yeah, it's not bad. And then all of a sudden, like as we got closer, it's like, I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. And now
Yeah.
it's like, it's amazing.
I know. I couldn't make my mind up whether it was because everything else we've so far seen was a little bit, and then this stuff just started looking better and better and better. But no,
Right.
it is amazing. It actually genuinely is amazing. I was just like all day. I was like, oh my god! And now there's new footage. Oh wow! Hang on a minute. Now there's some footage from. I kept on making the video, and then some more footage would come out, and I'd have to like, no, now I've got to replace it with this footage.
Right. Well, that's why we're doing this video tonight. So I'm like, I'm not going to try to do every prop now because like by the time I do, I'm just going to be disappointed I missed something else. So I'll just do a couple little things, and then we're going to be talking for we'll be here for 6 hours. So
there's a lot of elephants in the room to address. So
yes.
there are. And not only do we have the Home Depot stuff to talk about, we've got Halloween costumes release their stuff.
I've not seen it.
You haven't seen it?
I saw.
Well, we need to do a screen share then, so
I
Dan
need
can
to
see
see
it.
it.
All right,
Yep.
we're gonna share
Yep.
screen. Let's see if I can do this.
Oh, here comes the moment.
Which screen is
Dan, don't get too excited.
Oh, okay. Fair
What
enough.
is it?
It's
Oh,
no
here it
Home
is.
Depot then.
Whoa! We just had super loud thunder. I am telling you, we are gonna lose power tonight.
Oh no.
I mean, that was loud. It sounded like it hit my pool out there. So anyway, can you see the screen?
I can. Yes.
Okay. I need to get back to my Riverside so I can see. All right, so we've got Slimer, which is actually pretty cool looking.
Yeah,
right.
that is
That's
cool.
great. Yeah, that is cool. Yeah.
But he just moves his hands and he's 250, and I'm like, oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I would love Slimer. I would love him. Then we've got this 8-foot pink skeleton. This one right here. So it's a lady's voice. Interesting.
Okay.
We've never had a female skeleton before, obviously. Gender equality.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
But you could have a female skeleton that's not pink.
Well,
Although,
yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
I think I'll take my chances with the emo 12-footer. I don't know if you saw the emo girl 12-footer.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
And then we've got Dr. Finkelstein, right?
Yep.
So cool.
He's cool, but I worry that I thought of getting him, but I worry that he's a little too cheap. Okay, you want to see the video?
Go on, yeah.
I didn't see the video. I just saw the still.
That soup ready yet? You're mine, you know. I made you with my own hands. You can come out now if you promise to behave. Sally. Oh, gone again. Come on into the lab and we'll get you all fixed up. Oh, perfectly marvelous. Curiosity killed the cat, you know.
We don't need to do the whole thing, but he's cool.
Cool.
I mean, he's not terrible. It's just part of it. I don't know. Like some of his face looks a little cheap to me. And again, we got the no mouth movement. That
annoying.
It irks me. So
I guess if you're doing a nightmare theme, though, it pretty much will complete your whole body of work if that's the case.
Right.
Definitely.
I mean, I do have Jack and Sally in the corner right there. So it'd be cool to have them. But then they've got their green Oogie Boogie here. They want $350 for him. Home Depot's was $230.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh.
And it's the same thing. I didn't get the Home Depot one because I didn't think the mouth moved like enough to actually look like he was doing anything.
No.
It's like he's supposed to like open his mouth wide, and it was kind of just like me. So I don't know. Let's check out.
Contradiction for Oogie Boogie.
Let's
pink skeleton.
Check out your pink skeleton.
Wow.
Oh my God! You're finally here. I thought you'd never make it. What a fantastic surprise!
Dan, she's from your neck of the woods.
She is, definitely.
When you've got these pink bows.
Wow, that's one hell of a British accent going on there.
What area is that from, Dan? Based on that dialect, what area is that from?
That's somewhere very posh. That's down south. She's been dug out of somewhere down near London way. She's not from my neck of the woods.
Okay. Did she just come out of Harrah's?
Yeah, she's too high class for me. That.
I might as well show you Slimer because this is my favorite still.
Oh yeah,
He's dope.
you can't go
Cool.
wrong with Slimer.
He's dope.
No, I just wish we got some mouth movement or something.
Yeah,
But it's still
But
cool. This
still.
would be a cool ghost to do like Pepper's ghost effect with.
yeah,
You know,
very
And he's
cool.
got buttocks.
He's got buttock. I like it. Yeah.
so I do love me some Slimer, but
Mm-hmm.
and
He is
then
cool. Price is a little off, but he is cool. Like I could
Yeah.
picture putting some slime coming out of his mouth would be kind of cool.
that'd be awesome.
Mm.
So then this is one
Definitely.
of the other guys they got. I'll save the
Yeah,
clown
this-
for last for you, Dan.
Yeah.
This was rough. This is rough.
Okay.
You want the spikes or the saw?
Okay.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We didn't do the whole thing. Not sure how that doesn't hurt his brain, but he also
Well.
replaced both his hands with hooks. So
Well, yeah. I'm sure. he's,
And they look like they're hooks from Harbor Freight. They're not even good hooks.
yeah.
right.
No, I'm not. You know me. I'm not a big fan of that kind of stuff anyway. But it's not. No, that's not
Here's our
even a very
clown.
good.
We'll do the plague doctor first.
Okay.
After seeing the plague doctor, this hurt.
Make way for the plague doctor. I fear not the Black Death. 'Tis my calling to face its wrath.
Looks cool. Dialogue's terrible. It'd be like me coming into the room and be like, "I am the scare dad.
Yeah.
I'm a chubby man who talks about Halloween."
Right.
Yeah.
Alright.
No. After seeing Home Depot's Plague Doctor, there's no comparison. I don't think.
No.
And for Dan, here you go.
Ugh, yay.
What do you call a two-headed clown holding giant hammers?
I don't know. What do you call a two-headed clown holding giant hammers?
You call it double trouble.
Double trouble indeed.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
So he says his name.
He does. Yeah. Wow.
Hey, he's
That's-
better than Home Depot Steve from last year.
Yeah,
Baby.
it's-
I like
it's
that
true.
little Steve guy. I don't know. Everyone
No.
picks on him.
No,
All right,
terrible.
I'm gonna stop sharing the screen. I stopped it. I didn't disconnect us. We're doing
No.
good.
Way technology.
Right?
We
Awesome. So that's the Halloween costumes lineup.
It's not terrible.
It's not. I actually think it's for them. I think it's actually a decent lineup. I think the
Yep.
Slimer's awesome. I think Slimer's cool. I mean, I'm a huge
Definitely.
Ghostbusters fan, so
Me too.
I still haven't seen the new one though. I got to see Frozen Empire.
No, I've not seen that yet. No.
There's another Slimer on Trick or Treat Studios, and it's kind of like a wall buster. It's actually really good. If you're going to spend money,
wow.
if you're
I
going to
saw
spend
that.
money, I'd probably go towards that one. If you're going to drop that kind of coin, I think it's a little bit bigger, and it's very obviously sculpt's a little bit better. But I liked some of the stuff I saw. The thing that's disappointing for me, because I've gotten stuff from HalloweenCostumes.com before,
Mm.
is the pricing. It's like what made them great was that they were a great median price level for people who want to get something cool for their houses or first-time home hunters and things of that nature. But now it's like you got big boy prices there, and I don't know if you got big boy results.
Right. It's weird too because, like, I can understand why Spirit has to overcharge sometimes because they have to have these startup stores. They have to hire staff.
Yep.
Halloween costumes, is
It's
just an
online.
online store, so I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know their business. Obviously, they might that might be what they need to stay in business. But it seems like with an online store, you could maybe not charge premium prices for some of these.
especially with
Um,
shipping involved.
right. Unless it's just because they're not buying the bulk that they're getting charged more. Maybe that's what it
Yeah.
is.
The
Yeah.
code. So we have HalloweenCostumes.co.uk, and
Okay.
for whatever reason, the vibe I get is that they're still relatively cheap comparatively to the .com. I don't know how that works, but like we can have very similar props. Do you know what though? I haven't seen the Slimer or anything on the .co.uk. So again, I have this feeling that the UK version is always maybe 2 or 3 years behind the US version.
Right.
So we see this kind of still quite mediocre level. They're not too bad. I bought my Jumping Spider from them last year, and they were still the cheapest place to buy one from.
Nice.
But I don't know. It might end up obviously going the route it's gone in the US, but maybe 2 years from now.
So
So
I
are
tell
they
you?
a sister company?
It's the same, as far as I'm aware, and what people
Okay.
tell me, it's the same company. They just obviously
Gotcha.
have a .co.uk instead of .com. I don't know. So, but
Just out of curiosity, because I know with HalloweenCostumes.com, a lot of times you get stuff from fun.com, and I think
yes,
they're the parent company. Do you get the same?
yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
they're probably.
fun.com. So
Yep.
I'm it must be the same parent company, if not the same company. So I have no idea, but it is slightly different, but also the same. I don't know. It's very odd.
Gotcha. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So there you
Well, you know,
go.
it's kind of crazy because I'm just the more I look at this stuff now, I realize Home Depot really played their cards really well this year. They were the last ones to the table,
Yeah.
and they've just. It's almost like you feel like you're the headliner, and the act that comes on before you just kills it, and you're just like, how do I follow that up?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I was shocked to see that Chucky.
Oh,
Very
God.
shocked.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not like I like the Child's Play movies. I like all of them. I'm not like a huge fan, but it's just so cool that like I almost want to buy it just because
Yeah.
he looks just like Chucky, and he's
Yeah.
the mouth and the
So
eyes.
impressive.
It's like
That's Hollywood studio stuff. That
Right?
is impressive.
Yeah.
I genuinely did. I mean, I said in my video, I saw the Chucky movies when I was way too young to see a Chucky movie, and it did traumatize me for many years. And then our neighbors got their kid got a doll that was about this height, and that freaked me out, and I refused to go around there anymore. But no, I mean, I saw that, I was like, that looks like Chucky. That is the movie Chucky. That is it. So they have done an impressive job there. I'm really impressed by it.
crazy.
Hell of a sandbag on that one. They're like, guess what we're about to throw at you? I was like, what?
Yeah.
I thought like I said, I'm not a fan of the movies at all because I grew up watching the movies going, why doesn't anybody kick this thing? But
I know we all think that now.
Yeah. Why is
I
it?
was still impressed. Like I would definitely get that. You know what I mean? It's that cool. So
Yeah.
Or you could just run because he's got tiny little legs. But the running doesn't work from the big guys that walk slow either. So it's a horror movie thing.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Or going into the obvious room where the killer obviously is.
Like, let's hide in the basement, and that's where the secret torture chamber is.
That's
whatever.
it. Like, let's not go out through the front door. That's too obvious.
Right.
Let's go down to the basement and hide where the murderer is. Yeah.
Oh, I tripped and fell right in front of Chucky with my face level with his knife.
Right.
Oh, how did that happen? Yeah.
So while you're here, Dan, we have to talk about this levitating Reaper.
Amazing. Absolutely fantastic. I knew it was going to be. It had to be. I mean, I was so worried they were going to trip at the last hurdle. I don't know how they were going to do it, but I was like, it's going to have a stupid voice or something's going to foul this up. But no, no, it is spectacular. The only qualm I had was the lighting. I was a bit worried that maybe like the different color changing lights might cheapen it a little bit, but it doesn't. It does look fantastic. It really does.
The only critique I have, and it's very slight, is that the lighting in the face is a little uneven. So it's a little bit harder to see. Like in some of the videos, you can't see the full face.
Yeah.
Minor critique. I think it's amazing. It's still a 10 for me. Like, I think
definitely.
you have him there with like a little breeze with that fabric blowing, so you can really get the whole levitating effect. And he's turning the head, and he's the same price as the skeleton, $300.
Crazy.
He's the Reaper we have been waiting for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt. If you love Reapers and anything a bit like that kind of stuff, this is the prop for you. I mean, I watched it, I was like, that is how you do it. That is a prop.
Yes.
That is, it just looks amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yep. Absolute clinic. And I even think the lighting gives you some freedom, especially if you've got a display that's sitting out for 2 weeks. You can switch it up a few days. You know what I mean? You know, you may want to, I think the green glow, I think, especially with the cemetery, if you got a cemetery setting, there's something about that spooky green. It's just eerie, you know? So,
Dan's got it behind him, right?
I know, yeah, green.
That
It's just green everywhere. Green's the color.
But it's that classic, like, Halloween feel, you know? And I actually do like the green a lot.
Yeah, especially if you do a laser swamp.
Yep. And even the blue, when it switched to blue, I was just like, huh, I like that too, actually. I didn't think I thought I would definitely just want like fire, flame red.
Yeah.
Kind of cool, like the icy cold hand of death, you know, or something.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I was kind of stuck on the idea of it would only look good if it gave like a flicker flame effect in it. That was the mindset I had.
Right.
And then I saw it and I was like, nah, actually that is really, really good. And you're right, it looks good in pretty much every color. I even quite liked it in the purple. I don't know why. The purple looked really good on it. I don't know.
I still would like to see a flicker flame though.
Yes.
If I can get it, I'll probably just put a bulb in there just to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
But it's awesome. It's so cool.
It is amazing.
Yep. I was a little disheartened because I went on and somebody put a poll on YouTube today, and it had all of the different animatronics and props, and they were like, which one are you most interested in? And so I go on there. Of course, I picked the obvious, you know, and then I looked at it and it was unanimous. It was like 75%, and I was like, this is who I'm competing with this morning
tonight, right?
Yeah. So I take it you guys are both going for that guy.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I have to. How do you not?
How do you not? I don't know.
No. Either that or we'll have to split custody, Nate.
Right? There you go.
You can get them next year.
Yep. Yeah. Ship them up to Michigan and then ship them back. And we'll sail them over to the UK.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like triple custody.
Right?
But like I was saying to you, I think shipping to the UK, I could be wrong because obviously I haven't seen the size of the box, but that, like I say, the Skelly last year was costing about 500. I can't remember whether it was pounds or dollars, but either way, it was about 500 to ship to the UK, just to ship. And then I don't even think that wasn't even including customs. I don't think the customs is only about 60, but still. So
we're talking about $900 prop at this point.
Easy.
I still think that it would be less because I think it's going to be which size box. Because you only have the head and the hands that are blow molded, right? And the chest. But the chest is probably a flat piece.
Right.
Okay.
So
possibly.
I think it's going to be quite a bit smaller.
I hope so because, you know, one thing, you know, I don't know if you got the Scarecrow, Nate, but when we got him last year, I got him last year and I'm like, how is this one of the smallest boxes I've gotten for these big props? It literally was the smallest box. And I was just like, that's insane. How's it? So it just tells me, and then kudos to whoever the company was that did that because the packaging was probably the best I've seen. Everything was concise. They didn't take up a bunch of room, but so hopefully they're able to do that because I think the scythe should come apart. So that shouldn't be too much. And the rest of it is just cloth. and just maybe
Oh, yeah, I
a
suppose.
couple of structures, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Trying to
Suppose
talk you
that
into
is
it,
true.
Dan.
I know you
try
are
to
a
buy you
bit.
one. I
cannot.
offered.
I cannot commit. Thank you for the offer, but I cannot commit.
We got another hour with you, maybe. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah. There's
I think it's
another
time
hour.
to start a GoFundMe.
Right.
Yeah.
I was thinking if we could get this prop for you, Dan, you gotta just do some live streams, and if you get $2 here, $3 there.
Yeah. GoFundMe. No, I can't do it. I'm terrible. Honestly, I hate. It's such a British thing as well. Like I cannot accept. I'm no good at accepting compliments, and I'm no good at accepting gifts. I'm just like, no, don't give me anything. Stop it. It's terrible.
Here I'm just like, I'll take it all. I need it.
Yeah. I wish I could, honestly.
I wonder if it'd be cheaper for you to fly out here and pick one up and go back.
It might be.
Right?
It possibly could be.
Then you can come visit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Come down late September. We can hit Halloween Horror Nights and then fly you back with your Reaper.
Amazing. What a trip. That would be absolutely epic.
Right.
The problem is there's so many places in the States that I would love to see that is Halloween related. For me, that's the big draw. And I'd be like, as well, I always say to Katie, one of my favorite things I'd love to do is to just go to like an ordinary neighborhood, like just to see Halloween in a normal neighborhood. Because like in the UK, I'm pretty much the biggest display where I am. People do it, but it's very, very small.
Yeah.
And I would just like to go somewhere where it was on a slightly larger scale, at least in the same town where there was 2 or 3 big displays. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's what I would enjoy. I would love that, but then I wouldn't know where to go. I'd be like, where do I go? Is it a big city? Is it a little town? Which one? I don't know.
You just tell us where you're landing. We'll figure it out.
I'll just land and hope for the best.
Okay, you find the cheapest flight, and then we'll take care of you.
That's it.
Wow. So what was your next big aha piece? Obviously, we knew the Reaper was going to kill it, and they knew that. That's why they led with it. So what would you say is the next in line?
That's a difficult one because so much of it was awesome. Off the top of my head,
3-stack clown, right?
No, yeah. To be honest, though, I was surprised by that. It was pretty cool. I was like, I'm not a clown guy, obviously, but that's a pretty cool clown. I like the concept. Yep. The fact it's so simple. The fact you can split it apart makes all the difference.
Brilliant.
Amazing.
Brilliant. Yep.
It's really clever.
Yeah.
Like, and as well, I was kind of like, my bugbear with that's going to be if one of them talks, like moves its mouth, and the other 2 don't. And it's just like, and they're still making sounds, and only one of them talks because he's the one on top of the stack.
Right.
But the fact all 3 were talking and they're different color eyes, and I was impressed. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, they took the concept from the stackable pumpkins and applied it to clowns, which I was like, that's freaking brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah. Really, really clever. I enjoyed it. But I think my next big impressive one is the Horseman. What's it called? The Knight.
Dullahan.
Dullahan. Yeah. That's the next big impressive one that I was like, ooh, okay, that is cool. That is very cool for me personally. Followed very swiftly by the Pirate. Which,
Home Depot's bringing pirates back with a vengeance.
They really are.
We haven't had good pirates in a while, and
they really were. I think with the nautical theme pushing, it just was. They put the cap on the nautical theme. If you got any of those other elements, that almost forces you. Now you got to get this guy. But I was telling Nate, Dan, that sculpt, and I agree with you. That sculpt was what separates Home Depot from all of the other people we're talking about right now. You don't see that quality in Spirit. You don't see that quality in Lowe's. You just don't see it. The sculpt, that's what took my breath away when I zoomed in and looked at the details, and I was just like, oh my God, that's beautiful work. That's kind of stuff you would see on the Transworld floor, no problem.
Yeah, easy. I kept on looking back at it every time. So I did my video, and then I carried on. I went back to him and looked at him several times. I was like, I need to. I could only just see that cross and skull bone, the skull and crossbones in the eye. I was like, oh yeah, it's definitely there, and it is. That is it. The whole thing just looks so cool. The scarring on the face and everything. How they've. It's amazing to me that you're like here going, that's absolutely amazing. And this is a DIY store, right? Home Depot's a DIY store.
Right.
And you've got Spirit, who this is their thing. This is Spirit Halloween. And there's no comparison. It's absolutely insane.
Nope.
So we had some people jump in. For some reason, I wasn't seeing the chats come through Riverside. I thought I had it set up to do that. So I'm in the YouTube studio now, and I can see the chats.
Okay.
So Material Girl was here for a bit, but she had to go. But thank you for stepping in. We appreciate it.
Thank you for hanging out with us at this crazy hour.
We had Vanessa, who said that she loves the Reaper, but with the 15-foot Phantom, it says, I projected an LED Reaper scene on him, and it was pretty badass. I need to see that. That sounds cool.
Please,
that does sound cool.
Share.
Right?
Yep.
I hope you have a video of it so we can check it out after, because that sounds awesome.
Yeah, I was always quite a big fan of the 15-foot Phantom. I always thought it was a good-looking prop.
Yeah, it was cool. I got it last year, and I didn't get to finish putting it up because I was having a problem with my base, like connecting right, and then I got frustrated, and I was running out of time. And it's like, forget it. So I like stuck the head in like the hand out in like a box, like sticking out of a box or something. But we'll try to get the Phantom up this year. We have Joe asking what time is the drop. So we think that it's going to be 6 a.m. But
I've heard 6, I've heard 4, I've heard 7, which tells me nobody knows.
Yeah. So the problem is when they say 6, it's always at least like 5:15, 5:30.
Yep.
Which is why we're staying up all night, because
you can sleep tomorrow.
Exactly.
It's only sleep. No one needs it really.
Yeah.
Right.
So if I were you, I mean, if you have to sleep, right? Some people need to sleep. I would probably set my alarm for every half hour and kind of check in. Usually what I found the first year I did it was you're going to start seeing them load everything up. It won't be available, but you'll see the props loading. You'll be able to start clicking on things. And you'll say, all right, now we're getting close. And you'll get to the point where you can add it to your wish list. That's what you want to do. Put it on your wish list. And that way, when it gets close to the real time, you just keep refreshing that wish list. And as soon as that prop says available, don't wait for the other ones. You click buy. You either have your credit card saved, or I used PayPal and it was pretty quick. You buy that one prop, you come back, you keep refreshing, you hit the next one. So
and
that's what I recommend
for you, and it still says the wait is almost over. So it's the wait's been almost over for a while. So I'm going to keep refreshing. We'll tell you if you're with us. We'll let you know.
Yes, or you let us know if you see something we don't see. Right?
I'm appreciating the efficiency here. I really am digging it. It's great. I like that. Save your credit card numbers. It's everything. Like I'd be there fumbling. Like, is that a 6? I'm like, I don't know.
Oh, Dan, I'm going to show you what insanity looks like. So these are Father's Days. These are birthdays.
Wow.
I'm ready.
You're ready. You've got the numbers. I think.
Nice. Excellent.
Wow. I'm just sat here on the sidelines, just enjoying the view.
So we get Jay saying, "Hello, boys. Is this where the hangout is? How's everyone doing?"
We're hanging out.
Doing good so far.
On caffeine and completely insane.
There you go, right? The only way to do it. We got Willie Loomis saying hello. Hey, Willie, how's it going?
What's up, Willie? What's up?
So Justin saying, I can't get any animatronics until Halloween comes around, but I will get Carnival Carl.
Okay.
I think he's
Carnival
cool.
Carl.
I think he's a pretty cool clown.
He was. Yeah. And what is he, 8.5 or is he 8? I thought you said 8.5. Like, so he's almost 9 feet tall.
Yeah, 8.5.
8.5, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's up there with Cackles, for crying out loud. That's a huge clown, as Deuce Bigelow would say.
right?
Yeah.
So it's cool. I think that it's interesting because what do you think, Dan? So me and Dave were talking earlier, and um, oh no, no, I'm mixing it up. I'm thinking about your video, Dan,
Oh
where
right.
you were.
Okay.
So Dave, what do you think? Dan was saying dude, I'm middle aged. My mind's going. I didn't sleep
I
that good last night, so never
I know
mind
the
now.
feeling. I know the
Uh,
feeling.
so Dan thinks that the Home Depot clowns are better than spirits this year.
I'm gonna quantify that for you, Dan. Today I don't know what it was, but I was watching your video, and as I was watching your video, I don't know why, but I had Spirit on the computer,
Okay.
and your likeness popped up, Cotton Candy Dan. So right, right.
My
So I couldn't
favorite.
help myself. I zoomed in on it. I zoomed in, like this goes back to what we were talking about. I zoomed in on it, and I just realized how bad that paint job is. It's
Mm.
terrible. Like there's a part where you can see he's got yellow teeth, but you can see somebody took brush strokes and just went whip, 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 whip. And I'm just like, really? And then when you look at these clowns that Home Depot came out with, it was just like, wow, the quality's there. I've always said the test is when you can get up close on something and it doesn't look completely terrible. Like you don't have to turn the lights out for it to be sexy. You know what I mean? But so, but yeah, I agree with you 100%. I do think the Nibbles is cool. I love the head tracking technology they have on him. I think he's cool, but
Yeah.
I think he's the class of the business for them. Really, that was them going all out, and everything else kind of was like, wah, 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 So
Yeah.
And the issue I have with Nibbles is because it's cool technology. They made all the phrases be like, "I'm looking at you. I can see you. Look at you walk
yeah,
around. I'm turning my head." It's
I see what you did
obviously
there.
exaggeration, but instead of just saying cool stuff that was creepy because he's watching you, he's telling you about how he's watching you.
Mm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's still cool. Don't get me wrong. I still like it, but
Yeah.
I just think it's kind of like the plague doctor that we saw from uh what's it called? The Halloween costumes. Where
Halloween
he's like, I'm
costume.
the plague doctor. Look at me. Uh, I've got this mask on. I don't get sick.
Any plague here today?
Right, right. I don't know if you know who I am, but it rhymes with plague doctor.
Right? So
Yeah, no, the clowns. I mean, this is the same discussion. It's for Spirit. This is not only is it their bag Halloween, but they've done a year of clowns. It's their carnival year.
right.
Bring out the clowns, roll them out. But instead, we've got one potentially good clown, but like you say, saying obvious things, and the others are just not good. Well, they're okay, but they're I don't know. Like Cotton Candy Dan, no, he needs to go in the garbage chute. He's terrible. He is
To be
really
fair,
terrible.
none of us are big clown people, so
True. Yeah,
put that out there. There might be some clown people like, you're crazy.
he's the best prop I've ever seen.
Right?
And you know what? I'm going to throw this out here. I don't have anything against clowns. Just me personally, they don't fit in what I'm doing.
Right.
So I don't really hate them necessarily. I don't think they're scary, only because I think kind of goes into what you brought up a while back. I think I heard somebody, I don't know if it's any of us, but somebody just said, I grew up with these things. So they really don't. Bozo the Clown was a big thing. So Pennywise didn't come until later, So clowns were just kind of like, yeah, all right, whatever. But I still have seen some I liked. Like I thought Cackles from Party City was pretty wicked. I was like, that's freaking cool right there. I was like, yeah, I mean, he's big.
I
He's
actually do
imposing.
have him. I got it. He was on sale like half off, and then in a moment of weakness, he ended up in my truck, and I came home with him. So
He's a showstopper. He's a
cool.
showstopper. I mean, you put him out, people are going to stop, and they're going to be like, whoa. So I can't take that away. That's awesome. We just talked about Terry. When Home Depot dropped Terry, I was just like, I love this clown because it was something new and it was different. It wasn't stereotypical, So like the flower squirting water, like squirting, So, but I don't have anything against clowns. I just think that because it's so done, you really need to do something to make it fresh, new, and innovative. So, but. So
Yeah. Well, that's like what I mean. That Home Depot stack of clowns is exactly that. That's fresh and new and innovative. I've not seen that before.
Yep.
You know, and most of the time, the clowns you see, they're just a clown going, "Hello, I'm a clown. Aren't I funny?" And it's like,
right.
no, that's clever. That's clever.
Right.
Most aren't. That's my biggest argument with them most of the time.
I wonder if you
Yep.
get 3 of them, if you can make them like a 15-foot prop, just keep stacking clowns.
Yeah,
See
yeah.
how high it
Just see
goes.
a tower of clowns.
Right?
Tower clowns.
Come and see the Tower of Clowns. And then,
Right.
yeah. But something
Geriatric
tells
man
me
is
that.
injured as the Tower of Clowns falls on him.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen right there.
Sure, right?
I did wonder, like, obviously you can separate them, but I wonder how far apart you can separate them. As in, like, because surely you'd think they must be plugged in together, right? I'm
I
guessing.
was going to say, if they're
Surely?
anything
So-
like the pumpkins, they were daisy chained. So I'm
Okay.
wondering if these are the same. But the pumpkins were daisy. You can separate them, but they're still daisy chained
Yeah.
so that they can interact together. So I'm thinking, I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of the same layout for these guys.
I would think so.
Yeah. So, but it's cool because
Yeah.
you'll never see the cords. You know,
No.
you'll never see them. So
Nope. That's cool. I like the stat clowns. They're pretty cool. So
Yep.
all right. What else do we have here? We've got Angie says is hoping for the hearse and the tree. The hearse is coming back, and that's
The hearse
Oh,
is
yeah.
coming
a
back.
huge fan favorite. And if there wasn't so much other cool stuff, I would probably get the hearse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, I get the pirate thing. I got to do the pirate thing. I've got this awesome Grim Reaper. It's like my money's already spent.
Yeah.
But the hearse is great. It's a cool
The
prop.
hearse is very cool.
I
Love
watched
it.
people drop like up to $1,000 on Macari to get that hearse. I've seen
Really?
it happen. Yeah. So it's neat that they're bringing it back out. I'm sure there's some resellers on Macari going, doggone it, But that's sweet.
So you're saying if we buy a hearse, we could sell it to help Dan pay for shipping to get the Reaper over to the UK,
Look at it as an investment.
right?
Wow. Yeah, double your money.
Right.
Wow.
What else do we have here? We've got Edric saying Willow Loves Halloween got copyright strikes. That stinks.
I
We'll
missed
see
that.
if-
What was that again?
So Willow Loves Halloween. It says, but sadly, Willow Loves Halloween got copyright strikes. I think that one of the people that posted the first stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That stinks. That
So-
stinks.
Yeah.
I hate copyrights, but you know what? Here's the thing, Home Depot. Just put the stuff out so we can see it.
Yeah.
You make us play this game where it's like we gotta look and hide. Just put it on your website. Let everyone have access to the videos. Do it.
Yeah.
I have an issue with that.
Share the love.
Right?
This is weird paparazzi when it comes to Halloween.
This is it.
But it's just gonna give you more promotion, right?
Yeah.
Let us do videos on it. Give us access to the stuff so we can talk about it.
Yeah. We're
I
doing
don't know.
free advertising. Come on. Help us out here.
And we're trying to keep people awake, or maybe put them to sleep so we can get the props.
Right.
Oh.
No doubt.
See, I'm up early now, so my stomach's telling me breakfast time. But
So this is a good point too for the spirit thing with the clowns. Willie Loomis said, "I like the Lowe's handstand clown better than the spirit clowns too." I have to agree on that.
Yeah.
A handstand clown is actually might be the best clown. It's just creepy enough. I still don't get the head spinning. That's a pet peeve of mine. But he looks so cool, and the legs kicking is awesome. And I still think you could go with the whole clowns bowling theme. We got 2 already. So
clowns go bowling.
It's funny. Willie, it's funny you mentioned that because last year I thought Lowe's had a really underrated clown that to me actually was creepy. For the first time, I was like, okay, that's creepy. And it was that one, I think it was called Clown on Stilts, the one that has the hands rocking back and forth. and his audio was creepy. I was like, wow, okay, this dude is disturbing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if children should be around this guy, but yeah, and I think it was pretty. It was only like $200. And it may have been online only. But do you know which one I'm talking about? It was a big, tall. He's about 8 foot tall. You know,
Stilts,
so but
right?
I think I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, man, this is kind of an underrated clown, and if you want to go creepy, he definitely checks that box. So.
Yep.
Clowns are creepy. That clown was a creepy clown. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So now we got Lowe's and Home Depot beating Spirit for clowns.
Yeah,
That's
pretty. Yeah,
yep.
I mean,
now, I'm not gonna dog Spirit. Let me say some positive. I'm gonna say some positive because I know I've been like really a detractor because I think honestly I've been bitter the last couple of years. I haven't been happy with really anything except for pieces and parts and stuff. But I will say I thought the Ringmaster was really cool for Spirit. I thought that was a neat piece. I
still don't know if I get the projection though.
No, it seems like they were trying to do something innovative, but they weren't sure what direction they wanted to go in. That seemed kind of like, yeah, what can we do that makes it so? I mean, honestly, if I picked a foot race between that and the Carnival Barker, I'd pick the Carnival Barker, but still he's cool for Spirit. And then outside of that, like everything was mid. Everything was mid.
Bobby Strings is pretty awesome. I love some Bobby Strings.
I do think he's creepy. I do. Matter of fact, I like him better than the Marionette Witch. Maybe.
I was just about to say, what were you thinking about the Marionette Witch? Because that was another one that shook me. I was a bit like, whoa, I wasn't expecting to see this.
Yeah,
I think
that price is like $99.
Yeah,
that's like that makes you go, do I want it?
Yeah,
it's like you and Jamie are going to be like, do we go out to eat or do we just get the witch? What do we do?
Right. Speaking of which, hot topic. What do you guys think? I know you guys were really looking forward to this witch. Jamie loved her, by the way. Jamie loved her. I'll put that out there. But what do you guys think? I'm just curious.
So what is this? What are we talking
with the eye.
Oh,
have you seen
the witch with the eye? Yes.
I didn't see the footage of her until after I did my video, and I was mid, medium, like that. I like,
right?
Yeah, I agree.
And I actually don't think the eyeball blinking looks too bad.
Yeah,
it's the jaw for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's that cheap. It's that cheap jaw. That's like
yeah. It's still better than the one they had last year that you could look like a trap door that was opening every time you talk, and you can hear it snapping like clack, 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 like so.
I think for $100 prop, awesome. I think she's an awesome $100 prop, and
Jamie was like, if you got any money left on those gift cards, I think you need to get that witch. And I was like, well, yeah, she's spoken.
Right. Yeah. I still do like her, and again, it could be something where you walk into Home Depot one day and it's like, oh, I got extra money in my wallet, and then you walk out and you've got a witch. So it totally happened.
Why not? Who needs dinner tonight? We'll just buy a witch. It's fine.
I got a month's worth of ramen noodles and a witch.
I don't know. I've got a witch obsession, so I do anything that looks a bit like a witch. I enjoy. And she looked pretty. I like her. I like the look of her, but it is that jaw. The jaw does let her down, unfortunately. But the hand, I still think that's a pretty cool thing. I liked it. And she is. I mean, I didn't really. I only saw a snippet of her. So is she moving? Is she lunging? She looked a bit like she was, but I don't know whether it was just the movement of the jaw that was making her wobble.
I think she was herky jerky, kind of. That's what I kind of picked up. But I think it'll be passable in a Halloween display because it's gonna be dark. You put the right lighting on her for $99.
Easy.
I can mess around with that, and she'll go nice with that. You see the new cauldron?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Looks good.
Cool.
I say it's pretty good size too. So
yeah. I was like, do I need another cauldron? Probably.
Yes, always.
we got a couple more. We have 3 more chats to talk. I can't. My brain's not working. Sorry, guys. It's not going to get better as we go either.
I was going to say it's getting later and later your end,
right?
It's getting earlier and earlier mine.
So we've got Vanessa who says, they have stilt. He's creepy, but wasn't well made. I have
Okay.
heard there were some people that had some issues with stilts.
Okay.
Angie says, I have a big collection of witches, and I think the one with the eye is fine for $100. I have to
Yeah.
agree. For
I
$100, it's still a cool witch.
completely
Yep.
agree.
And unique. I think the hand and the way there's like those like tattoos around it and stuff on it.
Yeah.
Cool. Super cool. And then
Concur. Concur.
Vanessa said the fire breather from Party City is pretty neat.
Mm,
So
okay.
You know what annoyed me about him? I think he's cool, but the way he's formed, the face has such a good sculpt on it, and it's not where you can see it.
I
That's the
know.
only thing I'm like, that's such a great sculpt on that face. I'm like, why hide it with it being kind of off? I guess you could kind of turn him facing people, so when he bends down like that, he's
Right.
seeing people. Because I really like the sculpt on the face for that prop. I really do.
Yeah.
Same issue. Same issue I had is my favorite part is that face, and I want to see the face blowing the fire at me. Like I
Yep.
want to see that. And they've got it tall and looking up, and I'm just like, no, that's the coolest part. I want to see
Yeah.
that.
Mm,
So that's the biggest issue I had with that too, because
Yep.
I think the concept's super cool, and I think if they just tweaked the execution a little bit, like you said, it'd be cool. If that was breathing fire at you,
mm.
awesome. You know?
Simple get around, dig a pit, put him in the pit, and then you're standing above him.
There you go.
Right?
Like, why did you drain your pool and put the ringmaster in?
Who's the dude in the pool? Oh, it's the ring. It's this fire breathing guy. No.
I guess maybe you could just not attach one of the leg poles, right?
Right,
Yeah.
And
right.
just
Yeah.
make it a little shorter.
Yeah,
No doubt.
definitely. But then I don't think he'd be quite as menacing. So
No.
I think he loses a little bit of his ferocity.
But concept's cool. So let's
Yeah.
talk about Party C for a little bit this year, because
Mm,
last year I thought they knocked it out of the park. And I was like
Yep.
looking at Party C and I'm like,
Yeah.
whoa, they've got the jump scares. They're right there with Spirit. Like they were competing with Spirit last year. And nobody really brought jump scares this year. It's kind of weird.
no.
Party
Yeah.
Right.
City doesn't have them. Spirit
Right.
only has them from props that they are re-releasing with like new skins. I don't know. So what are your thoughts of Party City?
Yeah, I was happy. I when we started to see things leaked in a little bit at a time, everything that came out, I was like, okay, that's random, but it's cool, and it kept on getting more and more random and more cool. And then it was like, and then that day where it was like, here's the lineup, I was like, okay, what other cool things you're gonna have? And it was like, no, that was it. Oh,
Right.
and that was how I felt. It was like, oh, right. Oh, so that is the whole lineup. Oh,
Yep.
where are the cool jumps? I was expecting to see all these really awesome ideas, and it was just like, nope, that's your lot. That's it for this year, guys.
So
I'm kind of giving them a little bit of a pass because they are in active bankruptcy. I don't even know if they're going to be here next year. I don't even know. But the stores, like I think they're closing 46 stores this year.
Wow.
So they're in like really, really bad shape still. They're not out of the woods at all. So last year was, to me, I literally tipped my hat to them because I'm like, how do you do this when you're an active BK? Like you still, you know what I mean? It was so I was really impressed with what they came out with. This year I could tell by a few things that they were trying to operate on a shoestring budget and still try to have the same splash. The proof, I don't know if you guys watched their launch event. Last year, their launch event was at the big Party City store. They had tents up. They had all these YouTubers in. It was a big deal. They had a caterer, bar, all this stuff. This year, they had it at their corporate office, which you could tell they've already moved all the furniture out. The building's empty. You know what I mean? They ordered a bunch of pizzas. So I was like, okay. And I get it. I'm not downing them. Obviously, they're kind of in the last throes of everything. But I felt the same way. The launch had my favorite thing was probably the Cthulhu. That was because I do like the H.P. Lovecraft stuff. So I was kind of happy to see that. You know. And I thought, man, how cool is that if you're doing the nautical theme and you can throw him in there? He's definitely well welcome in that. But I thought there were a lot of swing and misses for him this year, unfortunately. The Axe Girl, it was like, what is going on here? The disco skeleton, I'm still confused. Somebody please help me understand I may be the old guy saying get off my lawn. So, but somebody please explain that to me.
Dave, it would go great with the pink 8-foot skeleton from Halloween costume.
Okay.
So,
Right? That's what I needed. Thank you.
Yeah.
there you go.
You need a pink skeleton with a British accent and a disco skeleton in the corner, just boogieing away.
We'll
I
call
don't
her
know. I think, do you know what? I think the disco skeleton, the only thing I thought was, I saw a lot last year. There was I can't remember the lady's name, but she had the 12-foot skelly and she disco balled it herself. And it went viral and everyone was like, oh my God, this is so amazing. And I was like, is that where they've got that idea from? Have they like stolen that lady's idea?
Probably.
Now, the goat's pretty cool. I don't really have a use for it. Yeah, that thing's creepy looking. I think
it is. And honestly, if it wasn't too cultish, like I couldn't get past the obvious cult setting. It's like it's obvious the face of the pentagram. I mean, you see that, you know that from the cult. It was so they definitely, and I like how they were like, no, it's a circus thing. I'm like, no, it is not. It is not a circus thing. That is cultish.
Yeah, it was very.
But it is, if you're doing a hellscape, that is definitely a must-have. You know, I'm like, but yeah, it's very dark. It definitely is very dark. I think you run the risk if you're doing like a home haunt. You know, if you're doing a big commercial haunt, who cares? You know what I mean? You have a lot more freedom to do things because, you know, you're a commercial enterprise. Mostly adults are going there, and if they bring kids in, that's on them.
Right.
But from a home hunter standpoint, I think you run the risk of really, you know, offending somebody. That's the only thing. But I personally thought it was kind of cool. You know, I just can't use it.
Yeah.
So
I just didn't know how I'd explain it to people. If I had that in my front yard and people would be like, oh, look at the goat. Oh, look at the goat. And then I'd be like, yeah, look at the goat. It's cool, isn't it? And kids would be like, why do you have a goat? And I'd be like, it's a devil goat.
Or could be a science experiment, right? You could just put a little can of ooze next to it.
Yeah. And then I was like, I can't imagine having like theological discussions on my front garden. Like, there's this thing, it's hell, and that's a goat from hell. And like, no, I'm not having that discussion.
I summoned him. That's what it did.
That's what it did. I drew a pentagram, and here he is.
There he is. We had a couple more comments. Willie said, my only Party City purchase so far is Embers. Embers is cool. I like Embers.
Yeah,
he said, I like the two-headed goat, but not for 270. I agree on that. He also got the Costco Rattles, which is awesome. Cheaper than Rattles, and he's got the black in the eyes. So
yes,
Costco get the cool version this year, I think.
Yeah.
And
speaking of Rattles, though, I'm gonna say I like yours, Nate. You got the at-home one, and I think that has a much better look.
I do
with
like
the hand up and the scowl. It has a little bit more of a scowl. I love that.
But to finish Willie's comment, he said, Dave, you're making him feel a little bit bad for not giving Party City more money because they're going bankrupt.
Yeah.
So,
that's our second GoFundMe.
Right? Yeah. There you go.
GoFund Party City. Yeah.
Get Party City.
We need
them
the
in business. Send it to Dan. Send it something to Dan.
Yay. Send me stuff.
No, Party City needs that Reddit group that saved GameStop. They need that same group of guys.
Right? For sure. Or an AMC. The same thing.
Yeah, right.
So Vanessa said the Party City concepts are amazing. However, I always tend to have issues with their products and returns, or getting parts are a pain.
Okay.
I think that's another thing that where Home Depot and Lowe's are going to really start to separate themselves. You know, it's nice to have that security of, man, if this goes wrong, I can't tell you how many things I've taken back to Home Depot. I got the big spider, the original one, not the one that just recently came out, but a while back, I wanted that spider. I got him. And the joints that are the connecting parts are so poorly put together. You could even, I barely was able to pull that thing apart without tearing the joints off. So when I broke it down, I put it back in the box, took it back to Home Depot. I was like, nope, this thing is not going to last 2 seasons. Yeah. So I got my money back, you know, and it was nice to be able to do that. I'm like, Spirit, you'd be up a creek. Party City, you're up a creek, you know. So I think that's another thing people are going to feel good about. Hey, if I'm going to spend the money, I want the consumer protection to be able to bring this back.
Yep.
So
I actually
That's a
have a
good
return
point.
for those. I actually got the Haunted Mansion night,
Oh,
and
right.
I
Yeah.
filmed it and I put them together. But there's like these black paint streaks along the chest here,
ooh,
and you can kind of cover it up with the cape a little bit. Um, but it's still, it's not perfect
Annoying.
for the price. And
right.
now I'm looking at him like, oh shit, this Home Depot stuff that's coming out is awesome. Like,
Yeah.
so he's got to go back.
So there's that
Oh,
space.
you were really excited by that night as well.
I,
That's a shame.
it's cool. It's good. Having it in person and seeing it, I was like, this is awesome.
Mm,
But I was kind of like, how am I really going to use this? Because now I'm just going to get
mm.
copyright strikes for people going through my graveyard, and then it's like it's such a Disney thing that it kind of
Mm,
pulls you out of the whatever you're trying to create, and it brings people to Haunted Mansion. So
yeah,
Yep.
in the end, I
Yep.
was like, you know what, I'm gonna have to bring it back. But it's cool. I get to see it in person. That's awesome.
Yep. Yep.
that's the main thing.
Good for a test drive.
Right? Exactly. What do we have? We've got Jay saying, "Guys, good luck on your new animatronics and have a great morning." Jay, thank you. Thanks for watching,
Thank you,
bud.
Jay.
And Superstar Status says, "Sorry if this has already been asked, but is there further news on the pirate ship? I don't think we're getting the pirate
Um,
ship."
No, yeah, I think you were right. I think people saw the steering wheel and
Yep.
was like, "Oh, it's coming back."
mm,
Because I have seen nothing else besides of which was obviously a rumor on TikTok with the pirate ship.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was weird. I don't know if you knew this, Dan, but the steering wheel for the pirate ship, Home Depot sold separately,
oh,
and
right.
they released some the other day, a couple mornings ago, and there was like they had 380 of them, I think 385 or something when I saw it.
Okay.
And then I went to work. I came home, they were gone. So either they sold out or they pulled it.
Oh, really?
Um,
Okay.
so my first thought when I saw that was, well, the pirate ship's definitely coming back. They've got the steering wheel. But then we've heard nothing, you know.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I'm
Because
not.
I saw a lot of chat about the pirate ship. I saw a lot of people getting quite excited that the pirate ship
Yeah.
was coming back. And then, like you say, I just saw pictures of the steering wheel and was like, okay, that's a bit of a downgrade because I didn't realize the two were sold separately. So there you go.
Right.
But okay.
I didn't
Well,
get you the boat, but I have the steering
yeah,
wheel.
here's a steering wheel. It won't get you anywhere, but okay.
And I thought of picking it up too because I was like, well, that's one less thing I'll have to make. But it was only like a 2 foot wide steering wheel, and if I'm making a
Okay.
big ship, that's gonna be kind of wimpy, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I
Mm,
said, you know what, I'll either make it or I just won't have a captain. Depends
yeah.
on how much time I have. So
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of captains and pirates, are you going to buy one or both? I mean, obviously you've got the pirate captain guy, but
yeah,
what about the skeleton pirate guy?
he's on my list.
Mm,
I think I might. So here's the thing, right? It would cost me $35 to get one of those skeletons, and then if I want to put all the servo stuff in, it's probably cost me another 60, $70, right, for all that.
mm,
So my thought is, I could still do that with another one, if I wanted to, but it'd be nice to just have like two props I can just throw in there that are done. I don't have to worry about.
exactly.
So
Yeah,
I'm
you're
leaning
you're
towards
probably at
yes.
200 with clothes on that. If you're
Yeah.
making one yourself, you're probably at about $200
Right.
at the end of it all,
So
costumes and everything included.
and the motion looks pretty good. The phrases I heard are cool, and it's got the peg leg, right? So he's got that feature, and he's got the treasure chest, which is cool. Even buying those like cheap plastic coins for a treasure chest, I probably spent $50 on plastic coins
Yeah.
for
I
for
was gonna
props.
say.
Yep,
Yeah.
no
You
doubt,
know,
no
so
doubt.
Yeah. When I was doing my pirate theme, that was the thing that surprised me the most. I was like, I need a treasure chest, so I need to fill it with plastic coins. And then I was like, that can't be expensive. And I started looking online for plastic coins. I was like, holy crap, these are probably worth more than doubloons. What's going
Right,
on?
right. Well,
real currency.
and we got two like good size pirate treasure chests to make props with. My wife Alana found one for 10, and we found another one for $8 at different shops. So they're cool. They're super awesome. But it's like now to even just to fill the top right of that is a lot.
Yeah.
So question, I'm gonna throw it out to you guys. Originally, I was thinking I was going to take one of those treasure chests and I was going to make it so that when the kids reached in, it would trigger the projection of the pirate ghost, right, kind of in front of them. But then I forgot I'd worked on something. I always work on stuff I never use because I'm smart like that, and then I run out of time with the stuff I need. But last year I had done a fog curtain, and out of all the projections that worked on it was that pirate head that pops out.
Very
yeah.
cool.
So now I'm thinking, should I have them reach in, trigger something else, and put that fog curtain back in the ship so it projects on it, and then you have to walk through it? Which one's cooler?
That's a cool dramatic effect.
That's
Yeah.
a very cool idea.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll probably do that then. I mean, I've already made it, so I just have to like put it back together, and but it's kind of cool. And then you see the ghost when you walk in, right? I'll have to project it when they walk down into the hallway, and then they'll walk through it after. So
Fog. You can't go wrong with fog. Anything fog is always automatically cool.
Never. Is it just me, or do you guys have that same feeling when you smell the fog? Does it just make you happy?
Yes.
right?
Yes, definitely. I just honestly, it's the smell of Halloween.
Yes.
That and learning how to escape a burning building when I was a kid. Yeah. Duck and roll. Yeah.
We got a couple more chats here. Let's see. I've heard that Lowe's has been having quality issues like that. I saw that they tried covering paint errors on their Kraken this year with Sharpie.
Okay.
Wow.
Really? It was.
Yeah.
See, that's one that I quite liked, the Kraken. I thought that was quite cool.
He is very cool. I did see some people. Saw a few unboxings where people were not super happy with the diver.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely some issues there as far as that goes, and he costs way too much money for you to have any issues. I mean, he's like $350, and I'm like, dude, that thing better be pristine for $350.
So if that thing was $200, I would have taken it home because I just think he's so cool looking. But $350 is just so much money. Like I look at the levitating 12-foot Reaper's $300. I'm like, it's got servo movement in the head. It's 12 feet tall. It's just like the sickest thing you can see. And then you got this guy why is he $350?
Yeah.
And then they had the witch that was supposed to have a bunch of sayings, and she shipped with only one saying, the Servo Sea Witch.
Yeah. That's crazy, isn't it, really? When you think about it,
this
this is what I mean. Home Depot are killing it.
Yeah. And Lowe's last year, I felt like they closed the gap. I really do. I felt like last year they closed the gap. They had some really, really cool props that were just like, wow, this is cool. The pneumatics were a reach, but I gave them credit for at least trying pneumatics. At least they did it.
The grandpa was cool. The grandpa was cool looking.
He was.
Yeah.
The girl looked cool, but then she looked like she's having a seizure. You know, it was like, oh, okay, that's
It was a weird choice to use for pneumatics. That's the thing. Like, if you're gonna put a pneumatic in, why not just give us a pop up from the grave or pop up out of a barrel? So like a simple pop up scare that everyone would like and super simple to make. Why did they do that instead of just like?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think they designed them to work on the low PSI because I was looking at that. I know you guys are both big fans of Beastcraft, and I was thinking about it. I was like, even if I had money for Beastcraft, the rigs that you need to run their props are high level PSIs. Like you're not, it ain't gonna be the cheapy machine. You're gonna have to go get a bigger unit to run most of those. To get the movement that you need or the violence that you need these big compressors. So I think that's what Lowe's ran into. They were trying to do something that was, retail level. So you had these small compressors that would work with them, but it didn't get a very dramatic effect out of it, but yeah, I thought I was
gonna say, but I made a pop-up prop for my friend's haunt last year, and I just used my home compressor, and that worked fine. So they could have done something like that to pretty simple.
Yeah. Yep.
Did they sell the compressor alongside the prop, like with
they
it?
Did.
Or was
they did? They did. They were right there. That's one thing I think where, and to be fair to Spirit, they're not going to be able to compete with a Lowe's or Home Depot because they're going to have the complete solution for somebody. We were just saying that. You get the prop and you're like, I need cords and lighting. Oh, that's aisle 10. Okay, let me go grab it. And, and you walk out of the store with a complete solution. So they're able to provide more. Whereas Spirit, you're going to have to run to Home Depot right after you leave Spirit.
Yeah.
Right.
So Home Depot's like, you might as well just shop here.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's true.
So
We've got a J2CC4. We got 2 comments.
What's
Said,
up,
hey,
John?
everyone. Oh, you know who that is? Excellent. Said, hey, everyone. Sorry I'm late. We'll watch it after on what I missed. Fog smell is the best, especially when it's near Spooky Dock.
I'm gonna give you guys a little. John lives in fog, so I don't want to give too much away. But he works at a few operations. If he's okay with me giving that away, but he works at a few commercial haunts. So he lives in the fog 24/7.
Lived in the fog,
and he scares
like
James
home,
all
right?
the time. He scares the hell out of James.
Excellent. Do you have a video of it? I've probably seen it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. I love watching the 2 of you go through haunts.
Yeah.
I just think it's like
It's
you're
so
having
good.
so much fun that I just have a big smile on my face when I see it. It's awesome.
It always makes me laugh because Jamie's freaking out and you're just laughing the whole time.
You laugh the whole time.
Like laughing. And like some guy will come popping out with like the most scary mask on. And you're like, hey, you're doing a really good job. And it's like, it always makes me smile. And Jamie's just like, no, stay away.
I'm geeking out. The first time we went to Halloween Horror Nights, Jamie was getting so pissed off at me because we were going through the hunt. And I'm a big kid, man. I'm a dork, and I'm sitting here and the guy jumps out and I'm looking at the mask. I'm like, is that latex or is that silicone? Like, and he's looking at me like,
right?
That's brilliant.
It's funny
filling the walls.
When we were at East Coast, it was funny because obviously it's a bunch of haunters that are about to go into haunts. And Alan Hobbs was saying, he's like, guys, I'm going to give you a secret. If you want to get the best experience, he's like, just pretend a little bit like you're scared. Just give the actor something. He's like, because you'll get the best out of them if you do that. If you walk in it and you're laughing at him, he's like, they're going to move on to the next person. So
okay.
So if anyone asks, that's why I act scared.
Yeah,
I'm really tough and manly. It's just because I want to get a good reaction.
I agree, and John could probably weigh in on this, but like I've told people, as a hunt actor, you got 2 goals: scare people, entertain people, give them a good time. And I think if you hit any one of those boxes, is successful. I think sometimes too many guys get hung up on I didn't scare them. I'm like, but were they laughing when they walked out? Dude, you just gave them a memory. You made their day. You know what I mean? You entertain them, or you made them laugh, or whatever. It's mission accomplished either way. So,
and if you're making Jamie scared, then you're making David laugh. So hey, it works out.
Works all the way around.
So John said, "Go ahead." He said, "David quips are the best." So he's cool with you sharing.
Okay, yeah. So if you've seen any of the Deranged, John worked at Deranged, and he also works at Hutch, which we still have to get over to Hutch. So John, hopefully we'll get to visit you at Hutch. I don't know if you're working there this year, but we'd love to go see the operation over there. We haven't seen it yet, and it's this year we're focusing on trying to catch some Michigan hunts. Hopefully we can really showcase some of the stuff in the area because we've traveled and not paid enough attention to what's right under our noses. So we're going to try to shift focus. So
he said, "Yep, exactly." I think that's in reference to the people walking out probably scared or happy, whatever. I think that's referencing
that's the
that.
main thing. I'm so tempted to. I've not been to a haunt at actual walkthrough for years. There's one in Liverpool, not far from me, that's called The Asylum. And it's like a really early Victorian old building that's a proper asylum, and it's meant to be the most terrifying one in the UK. There's like where you have to sign a waiver and all that kind of stuff because they like can grab you and stuff like that. So I might brave it. I'm not sure yet. I'm a bit on the fence.
Penhurst Asylum is awesome.
There's another one I wanted to ask you about too, Dan. Dracula's Castle, is that near you?
No, it's not, unfortunately. It's very, very cool, though. Yeah, another one I fancied traveling to be fair.
Have you
Okay.
seen it before or no?
I've only seen snippets of people going to go in it, and heard
Okay.
stories of it, but I've not. I've never been anywhere near where it actually is. So yeah, I'm very, very tempted. Though I have been in Blackpool's Tower of Terror, I think it's called, and it's pretty generic actually. That one, it's kind of, you start off like in a torture chamber, and then next minute there's a guy with a chainsaw, which I think is the kind of go-to in a lot of these haunts.
Yep.
But it was definitely quite terrifying, so that was quite good.
You've been in the haunted deli, right?
I've been in the haunted deli. That was an experience all of its own, right? Mostly because I thought it was just a deli.
The only person that walks out of a haunted house disappointed you didn't get a
I know.
sandwich.
I really was disappointed I didn't get a sandwich that day. Just like,
What was the name
whoa.
What was the name of the castle you went to?
Of the what, sorry?
The castle that you went to, what was the name of that one again? The theme park?
Oh, Alton Towers.
Yeah, did you see that Grim Life Collective was there not too long ago?
Yes.
Yeah, that seems awesome. I would love to.
It is very, very cool. It's very, very cool. Yeah, it's that thing. That's what I love about it. It's a theme park which does spooky stuff all year, but it's a castle. It's a real spooky place. It's got its own myths and legends tied to it. It's amazing. It really is.
I love that.
Super cool. That's one thing you've got is you own the spooky over there. Like you got all those old buildings that have been around for 1,000 years, and
it is spooky. I mean, it's cool. Like this is so sad, but one of our favorite things is to walk around old graveyards. We do it all the time, me and the kids, and we're always like, and I'm like, go and find the creepiest tombstone, and they'll come back and they're like, this one, it's got a skull on it, and I'm like, yeah, let's go see it, and it'll be like this skull rising out of it, and there's some creepy stuff here. That's cool.
That's awesome. I didn't realize all the stuff that went on in graveyards. Our neighbor next to us she does like historic, tours for all these different graveyards, and she even got down to the point. It made me realize when I got the tombstones last year that Home Depot made, she actually pointed to some of the insignias, and she said all of those insignias mean something, and they were like communication about a certain thing that you were trying to portray about someone who was buried. And I was like, man, I never knew it went that deep. Like, but all these little like you may see like angel wings or a skull with the wings. Those all mean something. It's got symbolism. So I was like, oh wow. Cool.
You can imagine what some of us home haunters have made that people are like, this is bizarre. What are you talking about?
Just the same.
John said that he loves making Jamie scared and making David laugh.
Yeah.
And nobody doesn't like it. Nobody doesn't like it.
He said, I know it's hard, but I will scare David. So we got a challenge going here.
Oh.
John, all you got to do is show me my DTE bill. That will scare the bejesus out of me. That's my biggest fear.
Right?
David, I meant to ask. I tried to find it the other day. That last year you went on a walk through. It was a haunt, and it was like, I think you were even surprised because it went on and on and on, and the rooms got more and more intricate. And it was just this guy who just spent the last 30 years building this amazing collection.
Oh man. Yeah, it was in Plymouth, Michigan. And the guy wasn't even on the map. He doesn't have social media. He doesn't advertise. And it's just like, and I'm like, of course, here's this hidden jewel, like, just mind blowing. And I was like, dude, you have a YouTube? Nope. You got a Facebook? No. Are you online? Nope.
No.
Now, how did you find it?
Well, one of my friends, it was Halloween night, and it snowed out here Halloween night, so everybody kind of had the blues after everything was said and done. And one of our friends was like, "Hey, you want to go look at some home haunts?" And I'm like, "Dude, you don't have to tell me that. Let's go." I hopped in the car, and we went to a few that night. We went to that one that was in. I think we did the video separate, but there was one where we went and they had their front yard all decked out and they had all kind of stuff going. But we ended up driving to Plymouth, and I just saw a bunch of blow molds sitting in the front lawn, and they had a
Mhm.
cool little, facade. But then I go in, and I'm just like, oh my god! It was like I stepped into the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah,
Yeah, it was your reaction to it that got me. It was like, because you clearly were not prepared for the level. It went on and on and on, and you were like, I think we're coming to the end. Oh no, hang on, no, now we're in a pumpkin room, and it was just like, it just kept on going on and on. It was crazy.
yeah. I was like, am I on a farm?
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. I definitely look forward to going back this year. So,
I
Nice
just
one.
did another check. There's no update on Home Depot yet. Not that I expect to get. It's usually around 3:30, 4 o'clock. You start seeing some action, but
yep,
I
yep,
was hoping. I was still hoping.
Do either of
Yep.
you have a contingency plan Bs if the ones you want are sadly unavailable?
It's funny you said that, Dan. It's funny you said that because I was just telling Nate earlier that somebody was saying that Home Depot basically puts very low inventory into these launch events.
Right.
So they're more designed to generate buzz. So if we miss it here, you can get it in the store. You just have to be diligent. You can get it in the store. I think every year I found everything I was looking for by just going into the store, knowing what the SKU number is, and checking the rafters, and and asking the guy, "Hey, that's up there. You ready to sell it? Yep, cool. Break it down. All right."
Yeah.
So yeah, it just obviously it'd be nice to be able to grab it and be able to do a little unboxing or something like that. That'd be fun. But
Yeah.
worst case scenario, they've always got to have an allotment for stores. So that just means you have to wait till August. So,
Yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think last year, the stuff I bought, I think I found everything in the store eventually.
Yep.
So
Yep.
one of the hardest
Yep.
things to find was the ultra posable skeletons, and I did eventually get them, but
Those were, man, it's so funny. Those still remain to be the hot item. Even when they did their halfway to Halloween event before Frankenstein sold out, those ultra
they were
posable
gone.
were the first thing off the map. The first thing off the map. So
Wow.
they're so useful. You know what I mean?
Well,
You
yeah.
yeah.
What do you
And so
think of
many
it?
people love to do those haunts now where they literally just cover their houses with skeletons and stuff, don't they?
Right.
So, because it's just such a cool look, and change up scenes, running up to Halloween with skeletons. So,
Yep.
you can't go wrong with the ultra posable. So, yeah.
What do you think of the new one, the like corpse looking one
Do they have a corpse ultra posable?
coming out this year? Yep.
Oh boy, I didn't. Oh, new first time hearing that. Now you got me cooking.
Can I
I
find
saw a very quick
for you?
picture of it. It does look pretty intense, to be honest.
Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting because I figured the pricing on them is pretty good because you get a box of 3 for 119. Now, when we've been going out in these stores, you go into Joann's or you go into Home Goods, they'll have one skeleton that's Party City level, and it's like $89.
Wow, that's crazy.
You're like, I'll just go get the 3-pack of the obviously better product.
Exactly.
No way.
Of course, doing a quick search, I can't find because it's probably not called that. I usually make up names and it's not the real thing.
That was me last year trying to find the ultra posables because I couldn't figure out. I kept putting in ultra posable and nothing would pop up.
Yeah.
You
Well, I
have
kept
to
saying
have the exact SKU.
I kept saying the wrong name when I made the video of it. So,
Has there ever been a retail corpse skeleton before? If there has, I've never seen one.
I don't think so.
No.
Home Depot came close when they had that one. It wasn't really corpse, but they had the one that looked kind of like a mummy, kind of mummified. Because remember they had one that was charred, and then they had one that was kind of like decayed, I guess you could saw. And then they had one last year that was called the pitted skeleton, which is so they've had that. But as far as like hardcore corpsing, no, that there's definitely Party City tried to do it this year. I don't know if you saw it. It was like a really bad corpse job, like very bad. But they're selling one. Yeah.
This one is like, I remember it has like yellow or white eyes. The eyes are different, and but it's like it's like plaques. They just sculpted kind of like corpse. That's cool. I was gonna figure I'd pick up at least one just to play with it, because why not? You can actually see if I remember correctly, in the video of Captain Cuts, in the very beginning when you're zooming in, you can see the head of one in the corner with
I
like a
know.
pirate hat on.
Yeah, I think I saw it actually. Yeah.
So
As I was quickly editing that piece of footage about 60 times, like,
right.
and just as I got it right, a better bit of footage would arrive. I was like, no.
We didn't talk about this guy. What were your thoughts on the Jack of Spades? Is that his name, or
Jack of Spades? Yeah,
or
he's really cool. Really,
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah, I love the detail on the cigar and the bourbon. You can even see.
Yeah.
That's the coolest part. I think that what's in that hand is just like so detailed. It's awesome.
Yeah.
That is super cool. Like the cigar just ever so slightly lit as well. Absolutely amazing detail there. I love him. I don't know. I missed, because by the time I'd done my video, I've not seen any footage of him talking and heard his phrases. So I have no idea how he sounds or what he actually does.
Do you know how they make him sit? So he didn't have a video. He doesn't have a video live of the talking and stuff, but they have the video of how to put them together live.
Oh, okay.
And I
saw that you could change him up and obviously have him either stood or sitting,
which I thought was cool.
That is cool, yeah. Because obviously, I would say he lends himself to being sat at like a poker table, right? You know, that makes most sense for him.
Yeah. How about those Stacey Adams though, man?
Yeah. 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 Very true.
Yeah. So yeah, the way he is, I could show you the video if you want. It's it's like metal bars that just like hang down. So you put those in and then the feet attach.
Okay.
But I can show you. Hold on. I got it up here. Let me find.
Yeah, he's only $150, which is that's.
I love the paint job on him.
Yeah.
The gilding of it is quite. I thought it's kind of a cool, different look for one of these guys. Okay.
So we'll skip ahead because the standing is exactly what you'd expect. Let me see here.
Before attaching.
Where is it?
I can see him sat now. It's got to be there somewhere.
Sure, to the 8.
So the base. So you're putting the base on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, the base sits on the ground, and there are these. Yeah, I went too far before. That's why. So there's legs like this.
Okay.
So you have the floor base. These legs go so they can hang, right? They get the part they can hang. You put the stuff on it, and then the feet attach at the end.
Okay.
Into those, so you can just have them hanging off the chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cool.
So it's a really simple. I was kind of wondering how they were doing that. It's really simple. Just two thin little metal bars that just hang, and
that's it though.
Kind of
what
pose them how you want though. It's cool because you can put one foot up on something if you want, have the other hanging down.
That's cool. I dig that.
That is cool. Yeah.
Yep.
That's very cool.
Yeah, he's pretty dope. I thought he was really cool, and I agree with you, Dan. I love that kind of antique kind of look on his paint job. And it works with that whole gangster look. It works perfectly. Has this whole Dick Tracy feel to it.
Yeah,
kind of cool.
So cool.
And I assume we're gonna get one for this set every year. So
it would make sense. I mean, I'm liking it. The only one I don't like is the
Madam.
Is it Madam
Maid.
one?
Yeah. I just think the other ones are kind of just doing their thing, but she's like actively wants to kill you with the wine bottle. This doesn't make sense to me.
She seemed very contrived.
Yeah.
I think if they had just made a maid and she'd have her dusting and saying some weird things, that would have been cooler, I think. Or have her serving drinks like just a barmaid, right? And she's
that would have
serving.
been better. That would have been better.
You know,
kind of like
you could just have like
West type character, like that would have been perfect.
Yeah. Have the drinks have like an eyeball floating in one or something weird, whatever. They can make it Halloweenish, but I think that would have been cooler.
Yeah.
Agree.
I find it funny how like Dean's just like, he's just happy. He's just pouring you a drink. This gangster guy, I don't know what he says, but he's just playing his game of cards. And then you've got the only female of the set's like, I'm going to kill you all with a rolling pin. It's like, yeah, okay.
This is from a while back, so don't remember what we were talking about, but Steve said favorite hot dog company. Were we talking about hot dogs before?
No. Hot dogs. Are we talking commercial hot dogs or like hot dogs you buy in the store?
It was referencing something we said, but the problem is like there's like a little bit of a delay, and then we were talking.
I
So if
don't
you can
remember
fill it,
talking about hot dogs,
you
but
can fill us in, Steve, because we're forgetful, we're old, we're tired.
yeah,
You know,
Yep.
we're
Yep.
hyped up on excitement.
yeah.
And
What
I
time
feel
is
like
it
we
there
hit the
now? I'm not
golden
sure.
topic right there. Hot dogs.
It's
Hot
140, 143.
143. Oh,
What time do you
getting
have to
close.
leave?
I've got maybe another half an hour or so, something like that.
I mean,
So
if you're
Get
late
some
for
strong
work once,
coffee
so you're
before
not going to
work,
fire
Jimmy.
you for one late, right?
the problem is I actually said I'd go in early today, so I've got to be pretty, I was like, pretty on the ball. But you know, no, I can say it was a Halloween emergency.
There you go, right?
There it is. Which is almost religion for us, though. It's a religious emergency.
It's a religious event, exactly.
Just say, I asked my friends what time it was. They said it was 1:44 in the morning, so I figured plenty of time.
Yeah. Everyone at work always thinks it's hilarious how they're all battling to try and get that week between Christmas and New Year. They're all trying to book time off there, and only one person ever gets it every year. And I'm like, oh no, I don't care about that. Give me Halloween. I'm after Halloween.
Yep.
Right.
That's where I need it.
You're like October block.
Yeah,
Right.
just October, just all of October.
Absolutely. So,
And every year, Kate is always like, we really should go away. You always book that week off in October. We really should go away. And I'm like, no, I am attached to the house. Do not ask me to go anywhere. Do not ask me to do anything. Maybe if it involves something spooky, I might consider it.
like maybe coming to Florida for a Halloween
Exactly.
Horror Night.
I literally said the
go.
only way she's going to get me unattached from this house at Halloween is if I go to the States and get to do something spooky. That's the only way we'll get that. I'm not going to do my own horn.
She'd have a blast. She would have a blast.
She would. She genuinely would.
It's kind of funny because you feel bad. My anniversary is October 21st. So
Get out of here.
you
Mine's
want
the
to talk about
27th.
pressure. You want to talk
wow.
about pressure. No, you're the 27th. So here's what I do. I tell Jamie, I go, we don't have to do any Halloween stuff. I'm like, let's find something else to do. And then she'll be like, well, let's get tickets to the haunt. And I'm like, are you saying that you want? I just want to make sure you're saying
it was your idea. This is what you're saying, right? Like Katie, she's not really that big Halloween enthusiastic. She's that person who only when it gets to the end of September, October that she shows an interest. Well, and then she starts telling me about all these things that I've been talking about for weeks. Have you seen this? Have you seen that? I'm like, yeah, I've seen it all.
Don't you watch my videos?
Don't you watch my videos? No, she doesn't. Is the answer.
Mine doesn't either.
No, and she'll go, and then all of a sudden she'll be like, "Have you bought this prop?" And I'll be like, "No, I didn't because it was a bit expensive." She's like, "I think that would be really cool." I'm like, "So you're saying that you think this prop's cool and we should buy it?" And she's like, "Well, it is kind of cool." I'm like, "Okay, get me the credit card right now."
right.
Excellent. So start like dropping pictures of the levitating reaper around the house and be like, it's only £1,000.
It's only £1,000 to get it here, you know, maybe 1,200, you know. No, I don't think I'll sell her on that one somehow.
No. See, usually what we do for our anniversary, because the 27th is so close to Halloween, and we're having, I think last year we were having our party, so I didn't even see her till after midnight, because once the party starts, I'm in the haunted house. She's getting food and making sure the kids aren't ripping the bounce house down, which almost happened last year. And there were like 20 kids going in at once at one point. We just see the walls go zoom like that because they're grabbing it. They're trying to climb up the walls. Yeah, it was crazy.
That's crazy.
100 kids at a party is a lot. But
that's a lot, yeah.
So usually like 2 weeks after Halloween, we like go out for dinner or something,
Yeah. Once Halloween's out the way, then it's anniversary time.
Exactly.
Celebratory recovery dinner.
She wanted to get married around Halloween. That was her, so that's what you get.
That's what you get if you do that kind of craziness.
Right. Setting the precedent.
Yep.
But yeah, we didn't realize what we were getting into. We did that, and then later it became like fever pitch, so it was like, oh, now we got to deal with this logistics. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dan, any plans for Lethal Lily? You going to do any modifications this year?
No, I toyed with it. I do like what Wicked Makers did to theirs. I'm very tempted to do something of a similar ilk. I don't know. I'm a bit of a purist when it comes to Lethal Lily. I just love her. I love the way she looks. Anyway, the only thing I might do is adapt her costume a bit. Like the costume, I do find a bit plain, a bit ordinary. I think she could do with just a bit of, I don't know, like a bit of witch bling or something. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. I think she just needs something else on that costume.
Some accessories. I think what
some
you put around it. The one thing I would definitely do, I actually had done, and then the Wicked Makers kind of did it too in theirs, and then for mine, by the time I moved it outside, I actually never put it back in. Is buying those fake plants and stuff and put them in the. And I actually disconnected the lights for the toad's eyes, but I put like string lights in the plant, so they were like light stuff in there.
Okay.
But just because the lights in the toad's eyes make him look unrealistic, otherwise it's a great sculpt.
Yeah.
But then when I set it up outside again, I was running so far behind that she's just plain Jane in there. But I did a whole thing about getting it ready, buying the stuff.
Yeah. Ella, my daughter, she's always like, she's a bit of she's a makeup artist in the making, and she's always like, she could definitely do with a smoky eye. I'm like, oh, could she really? She could do with a smoky eye.
I tell her I think that's brilliant.
You can have a little bit of a sexy witch going on.
A bit of a sexy smoky eye going on in Lily. Yeah. So Katie was like, that's it. I was so obsessed with her. Kate was like, "Are you actually in love with this witch? I'm feeling a bit threatened." I'm like, "No, no, don't worry. She will stay in the box. She's not coming in.
She'll stay in the box. Where are you going, Dan? I'm going to the box.
Go to the box."
Dan, that's a video idea for your next. That's a video idea,
right?
In love with the witch.
So Willie said, has your guys' passion for Halloween inspired any of your family, friends, or neighbors to start decorating?
That's awesome, because we moved into this neighborhood in 2014. And when we first moved in, I remember one of my neighbors was like, "Hey, is this your first Halloween here?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I was like, I spent $100 on candy, and he kind of laughed at me and walked back in the house. And I was like, what was that? Like, what was that all about? I was like, dude, I just spent $100 on candy. You know what I mean? So, well, later on, I found out what he was talking about. There were hordes. We're in a subdivision and we're surrounded by other subdivisions. Well, they all pour into this subdivision. So I saw well over like 500 kids.
Wow.
And I was like passing out sugar-free candy by the end of the night, because I'm like completely out. I'm like, here's some lifesavers, and I'm out.
Picking the marshmallows out of your Lucky Charms. Here you go.
Yeah. So then I kind of started walking around the neighborhood, and there were like a lot of people doing really crazy things. Obviously, you'd have bonfires in some of the driveways. People be passing out Jello shots for the parents. One house had like 1,500 pumpkins carved, all lit up, super cool. Another guy had an electric chair. I'm tearing stuff up over here. Another guy had an electric chair set up. So I was like, this is awesome, right? And every year they do like a parade for the kids. They do like a costume contest in the little park in our sub. So as time went on, some of those families moved out of the neighborhood. And, the equity went up. They sold, moved into something else. But little by little, I turned around and there was like nobody. Nobody was doing it. So I looked at Jamie and I was like, dude, we can't let this die. We can't let it die. So we started putting more stuff out, and then it just kept growing. It kept growing. It is absolutely a sickness. Because before you know it, I was like, yeah. So,
it is a sickness.
It's true.
But it was cool because little by little, I started seeing people put jack-o'-lanterns on their porch. Oh, now this person gets an inflatable. Now this person puts out some creepy lights. And so little by little, you're starting to see it grow, which is kind of cool. That's the whole idea, was to kind of keep the spirit alive. So this is a great place for kids to come and trick or treat, have memories. So I like that question. Very true.
That's super cool.
Oh,
yeah,
definitely.
I where obviously I've spoken about it before. Obviously, the UK is not as huge a deal, but I've always been obsessed. And then I think it was basically the year I started this channel. We were having this. The village was doing this kind of spooky spider trail where you had to walk around the village finding the spiders that people were putting out. And the idea was you did it alongside a little display. So I was like, okay, we're going to win this competition, and I'm going to go absolutely haywire. And we're going to go all out. And I've never inspired family, but all the neighbors who took part in this spooky spider trail were like, holy crap, Dan, like we literally put out like 2 pumpkins and like and a bit of a skeleton, and you've got an entire animatronic scene going on. And so what happened then, everyone stepped up their game. So that's the only thing I can really hold on to, is that, and I'm really pleased they did, is that then it just inspired all these people to go above and beyond what they'd ever would have otherwise done. And so now, especially the little like housing estate we live on, there's now at least, I would say at least 10, if not 12 houses that really do go to town with it. And our estate has gained this rep of being the one to go to on Halloween. So we do see, I think last year we had 400 by the end of it, 400 trick-or-treaters. Wow. And they were queuing around the block to come to the door. So it was quite impressive.
That's crazy.
I love that.
Yeah. So I like being the inspiration.
Right. It's funny for us because, again, so where I live, like my house is so far off the road that we don't do like a regular display. It's all for the party. Mm-hmm. So, well, I've had some people like come up and tell me what they've done for decoration. So that could be inspiration. I'm not sure. Yeah. We kind of get more people coming up like a week or two before Halloween saying like, what do you need? Like, what can we do to help? So all of a sudden at that point, like people want to come donate this or bring that. So,
which is great.
So that's cool. So they're inspired to come help us out because we're usually running around like crazy people by that point. So
yeah.
But yeah, that's a great question.
I do love, we have created a new family tradition in our home where it's like Halloween night. I'm so like Halloween is exploding in my brain, and I want to take the kids trick-or-treating, but I also want to be here to watch the horn, and I want to be everywhere and can't quite do it. So like my family have just become, for that one night, they become the Halloween family. And like my granddad and grandma, they're both like, my granddad's 90 this year, and they absolutely love it. They come and stand in our house handing out candy to trick-or-treaters. Awesome. And all the trick-or-treaters who've not seen the house are like, do you do this display? And my granddad's just like, yes, we do this every year.
That's awesome. That's so great. Cool. We're going to be those 90-year-old guys, falling over in a costume going, somebody get my oxygen.
Yeah. That's it. That's exactly right. Yeah. I said, when does the crossover happen? When do you stop going from being the cool guy with the cool display to the creepy guy who's like still who's like, come on, children? When does that crossover happen? Because I'm
scared because I'm closer to that than you guys are. Because all my kids are grown now. My youngest is 19, so it's just like. People don't understand I'm the kid. It's
right.
Me.
This is it. This is exactly it.
You're still doing that for your kids? Be like, oh yeah, my 19-year-old loves it.
Yeah. Like, and then I'm like, when I've got to work there. I'm doing it for the grandkids. Like,
so yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't ever think I was cool to begin with. So I think that it's funny because we'll have the party, and in the beginning, it's like, I'm playing host and this and that. And then like about 15 to 20 minutes in, kids like, is the haunted house ready? I'm like, it's going to get dark. I've got to get everything turned on. Like, we want to go through now. So like they have to wait till it gets dark, but it takes me like an hour to get everything turned on and stuff.
Yeah.
So I disappear, and then like, it'll be like 10:30 at night and someone will walk through and they'll be like, oh, are you the guy who owns the house? This is your party. I'm like, yeah,
that's me. Yeah, hi, welcome.
Because the invitation went out to like the whole second grade. Wow. There's families we never met, so they show up at the house and like, hey.
No. Hi, I do live here. I'm not one of the props.
Awesome. That's awesome.
We have all the neighborhood kids. all the neighborhood kids start running around like in the week prior to running up to Halloween, and they're like, whatever, like every like 10 minutes, I'm getting a knock on the door, and they're like, "Is it Halloween yet? Can I trick or treat?" It's like, no, I've just set it up. It's okay. And then like another like, your spider's run out of battery. It was working a minute ago, but we keep on setting it off. Can you just come and change the battery? So I'm like, okay, I have to go. And I'm like, and my kids are just like, is it them neighborhood kids again? I'm like, yeah, they just love it. I can't help. I'm keeping them entertained.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. I love it. Yeah, we had these girls. We watched these girls grow up that are next door on the other side of our house, and like me and Jamie will be in the back and we'll be working on stuff, like whether we're painting something or doing something. And I used to see she's older now. She's probably in 6th grade or so, but I would see her little eyeball. She'd be trying to poke through the curtain like I didn't see her.
Yep.
And then I just turn around and wave.
Yeah.
And she'd run. But then now she's gotten the point. She's like, "What are you working on?"
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of fun to see that, but yep.
What's the most commonly asked question you guys get asked during the Halloween period? Or
You
like
already know. You already know.
Tell me. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Where do you keep it all? Where do you store it all? Where? Every year, without fail.
It's funny because now people know enough. So we were at my son's friend had a birthday party, and so I was talking with some of the dads like, "So did you start your Halloween stuff yet?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course we did. I've been buying stuff since April."
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah. I had a guy that come into work the other day, and he's like, "You're Dan, right?" I'm like, yeah. He's like, "You're the Halloween guy, aren't you?" I was like, yeah. He was like, "I'm pretty sure I drove past your house the other day and I saw a castle in your back garden." I was like, "Oh yeah." He was like, "So I take it you've already started." I was like, "Yeah, I've already started. Yeah, it's already happening."
You're like, "I'm gonna have to kill you now. Sorry."
Yeah, you're not allowed to see that. God.
have you done any more work on it?
Only a little bit. The weather's been pretty horrendous here, so I've not had a chance to go out and do anything. So no, I've only not really got much further, to be fair. But yeah, chomping at the bit to do it though. I'm desperate. To get out
that's
there.
gonna be fun. I can't wait to see that. That's so cool. Now, is it hot out there or is it just rainy?
Raining terrible. It's been the last 2 days have gone back to how summer should be, but it's pretty terrible. The rest of the summer so far has been a washout. It's been really bad.
Yeah. We've dealt with the opposite. It's just been so unbearably nasty, hot, humid that you're like, should I go pass out and work on this and be unconscious in the yard, or should I wait till it cools down?
I won't even do yard work until it's like 7 o'clock at night now because it's so hot and humid, and I don't have central air.
No.
So like we've got like one air conditioner in our bedroom, and because of that, like my son sleeps in there. So a lot of times I'll come to bed late, and like my wife's already sleeping. My son's sprawled out where I would sleep, so I just like I'll go sleep on the couch. So I just got this fan on me, and I'm sitting out in this hot heat, and they're all comfortable, and the dogs are in there all comfortable, and just me stuck on the couch.
Yeah, no. I have to say, summer is not my jam. I'm not a summer guy. I'm not into it. I'm a shade dweller.
It's not usually this bad. It's not usually this hot and humid, but
really
brutal this year.
I tell people I feel like we don't get enough of the fun seasons. It's like the spring and fall seem like they're only like a week and a half and they're over.
Right.
Yeah.
And why can't the kids go to school during the summer and we can have the fall off?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I like
this is it. That's so true.
I like it.
So
I like
true.
it. I like it. Here's an interesting one. How do you guys? Not sure how things work for you. I know in our neighborhood, our subdivision, there's a curfew. So Halloween falls on a Thursday this year. How do you think that's going to affect what you're doing?
Well, for me, it's in. I don't know how your school terms work, but we have half term. I don't know. Is that a thing in the US? Do you do that sort of stuff? So basically,
tracks.
Yeah. So basically, they'll start. The term starts in September, and then it finishes. There's like a first half of a term, I think they break up about I want to say like the 26th or something of October. And all the kids around here will be off school for that week following. So they're off for Halloween.
That's awesome.
This year they're all quite impressed as well because they're actually off for Halloween and Bonfire Night, which takes place on the 5th. So they're all kind of hyped about that. It's going to be quite a good year.
You guys don't even celebrate Halloween and you get the day off. What
are
we doing here?
I know, it's crazy. So that is just landed really well this year. So
awesome.
In terms of kids going to bed and all that kind of stuff, it's not got to be. I think it's going to go off this year. Actually, I think it's going to be a bit crazy.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
So
I have to say, I do try to close it down by about sort of 9:30. I'm trying to shut it down.
Yep.
But
because after 9:30, then you just get the creepy older kids.
Yeah.
That just want to take your candy. It's like at that point, it's like, no, this candy's mine now. I'm shutting the door.
Yeah, this is it.
Yep. And then there's that whole feeling of going, hey, my neighbors have been so good. I don't want to take advantage of their good grace and go the other way, because they're all like enthused for it. And I want to continue that. So I'm always self-conscious, like, oh, man, that's why we never got a chainsaw. Everybody goes, oh, yeah, chainsaw. I'm like, there's a sound ordinance. I really don't want to get into that. It's bad enough you guys are screaming out here. So,
exactly.
One of my neighbors came down one day and she goes, I just heard screams all night. It was beautiful.
That's awesome. So I would say here we don't have a curfew, and because I'm kind of out in the woods. We're a bunch of hillbillies out here, so it's kind of just like So no one really cares what you do about anything, as long as no one's getting hurt and you're not doing it all the time. So like we have a party a couple of weekends, neighbors, they're cool with it, and they have their parties and we're cool,
Yeah.
So
awesome.
I don't have that issue. My issue again is that if we didn't have the party, nobody would know where the house is, so you wouldn't see anything.
Yeah. See, Dan, you don't have this problem over in your neck of the woods, but one of the things out here, some of the candy companies like Mars, Hershey, they have been trying to fight to lobby to have Halloween statically on the weekend, which I don't know why there's so much pushback over it. I'm like, it should be have Halloween on a Friday and just make it just like Thanksgiving is Thursday every year. Make Halloween Friday. Just that way you don't have to worry about the kids going to school the next day. It's just, but there's so much political pushback over it. And I'm like, why is this political? Like, dude, it's Halloween. Who cares?
That's a new.
I think you could just have Halloween observed, right? Or just give kids the next day off.
Yeah.
That would be cool too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a big deal in the US. You'd think they'd give that as a holiday, right? It should be a holiday.
It should.
Corporations make all our rules, so I'm shocked that they haven't figured this out yet.
Yeah.
It's funny because a lot of the corporations seem to be, especially with your food, items. I noticed like a lot of the soft drink companies, a lot of the candy companies, they've been pushing. I don't know if you know about this, Nate, but they've been lobbying to try to get Halloween a Friday, make it a Friday. You know what I mean? So that way the next day is Saturday and you have a whole weekend. You have a Halloween weekend. It only makes sense.
I actually hadn't heard of that. But you know what I might have just figured out? My name's Nathan. Maybe that's the hot dog thing he's talking about. Nathan's Hot Dogs. That's a company.
They are good.
Not sure, but that's what it could be.
Just figured out the hot dog comment. Nice.
So Mini DK number 9 said, I get more kids on weekdays. When on weekends, parents grab the kids and leave the neighborhood. Interesting.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Okay.
That's super cool.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. I never thought of it that way.
Right. So the parents but you would think that the parents, shouldn't they be handing candy out at their house?
Yeah. These parents getting on. Yeah. Yeah.
So have you guys seen, I'm just going to share screen again real quick. This is one of the gravestones, it looks like. It was on Decorating Fanatics.
Yeah, they've got so much hidden. I did see that one.
So that's pretty cool. I like that.
Cool.
Do you know how big that one is? I don't think it says anything.
No, it doesn't
here.
look too big. I'd say like a 3 foot maybe.
Yeah, that's cool about.
Yeah, I'm wondering
I
if
do
it's
like
the
that.
same size as the one they had, the Lady of Grace that they had last year. I wonder if it's about the same size as that one.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be perfect. I'd
Yep.
be happy with that.
Yeah,
Yep.
that is cool. I have to say, I like that.
So
What's the one? There's like one where it's like, God, it's like a woman like lay back sort of thing. I can't even remember what it's called now. But one of my subscribers was like, that's a copy of something that somebody made, copied off an actual statue that exists. And I was like, I don't know. I wasn't actually 100% sure which one she was talking about, but it's definitely a Home Depot one. And you've only seen like little snippet pictures of it.
Is it the one where the lady's laying across the tombstone?
That's the one. Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's funny. It's funny they said that because not just it's so many makers. There's a lady in Chicago, Midwest. You've seen Dan. You've seen the videos from Midwest Hunters, the big event they do. Well, that one is very home hunter driven. Matter of fact, Chicago Hunt Club almost kind of runs that show. And there's a lady out there. She goes under the name of Tombs and Torts. I know she's on Instagram, and she does a lot of monster mud projects. She was the first one I saw do that tombstone, and she actually used a doll and monster mudded it. Looked amazing. And then it's funny because Home Depot shortly after that had one. Look, Home Depot's not stupid because we haven't talked about the murderous maple, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. Yeah.
Well, and you had Lowe's. We had the pumpkin spider last year, and the other pumpkin that they're looking at distortions and saying
distortions.
How can we follow suit? I mean, to be fair, creepy trees are kind of a thing, right? So that there's a little more leeway, but
it did have definite.
I wouldn't be shocked if they saw the distortions one and said, "We should do that."
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I have to say, there's no comparison. That distortions tree is just amazing. But
no, but it's a nice companion. I think it's a very nice companion. That's one thing I'm thinking about.
I was gonna say, did you decide on that yet?
Jamie is definitely like she's full throttle. She's like, we need that tree.
I almost feel like you should have two of them with the distortions one in the middle, right?
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is we got our hands on. Speaking of Spirit, I've been mean. I'm going to be really nice. Spirit had the best ISC layout I've ever seen last year.
That's cool. Yeah.
And here's a crazy thing. I went in with the guys from Halfway to Halloween, and we decided, hey, let's just pull together and let's just buy the entire ISC out at one of the stores. And I knew they were going to use it because they were going to use it for their production. And I was like, I could just sneak in, weasel a few items, So anyway, but yeah, we went to one store, bought the ISC out. And it's funny because I'm looking at it now, and the tombstones that they had there were resin tombstones in that ISC set.
Wow.
They were like $15.
Wow.
They sell foam tombstones in Spirit for $36.
I was about to say it's like twice the price.
That's crazy.
I'm like, what is wrong with this picture? So yeah, I really enjoyed the ISC they had last year, so I was able to get a lot of their stuff. But
do you have to do that in the beginning of the season? Do you have to claim it?
Yes, you have to. Yeah, people start putting in dibs for stuff right off the bat, and like literally here's the funny thing: when a sign was on the door, I wrote a note, put my name on it, and I slid it through the door. They hadn't even put the store together yet. I'm like, when they open the locks, they're gonna see my piece of paper on the floor. So, and we still didn't get the whole set. We still didn't get the whole set, but yeah,
there's probably workers that get some of the stuff. I'm sure,
I'm sure, because some of it mysteriously disappeared. The lady's like, I don't know what happened to it. And we're like, but you were going to charge us full price,
right?
Yeah, definitely.
So, but yeah, they do such a good job on their ISC. I think sometimes that's more of their focus than what they're getting, because I guess they want their and I do appreciate this about Spirit. They want your shopping to be an experience.
Yeah.
Which that's where they stand out. Going into the store as an event, and you're like, my son when he's little, take me to Spirit.
Yeah. This is the thing we miss. This is the thing we miss in the UK that I've said many times. I would love the opportunity to go to a store that was dedicated to Halloween, where you can just walk in. I mean, I can be negative about Spirit, but I'm from a distance, and it's not really, you know, I don't get to experience. I know that if I was in the States with you guys, that would be my first port of call. Would be a Spirit, because. Just to be able to walk into a store and see all that cool stuff out on display with the way that they display things, it would be a mind-melting moment for me, because you just don't see that here. It just isn't a thing. So,
no, it's an experience. You know, you get to the store the first time and you walk in, you're like, oh, this is cool. You just want to take it all in. You want to make sure you see all the animatronics. So you're kind of walking around the store to see everything. And they do make it an experience, which is awesome. You know,
they do. And I'm starting to come of the opinion that their strength is now not necessarily in animatronics. This is some of the decor items that they have. Because last year I found myself going to Spirit to get some just cool items, like, oh man, because you know, I'm trying to set my basement up as like a little podcast studio. So I'm like, oh man, they've got like a lot of cool pieces I'd love to have, you know, like some of their miniatures and some of the like desktop pieces. I was like, these are cool, you know. So, but you know, that's where I think like stores like Michael's and Joann's have taken the lead from them on that, on some of those items. So,
how are you doing on time, Dan?
I've got to say 10 minutes.
All right.
Okay. All right.
We're going to keep you as long as we
You've
can.
been a trooper.
I could say 10 minutes.
You paused and I was like, uh-oh.
No, I was like looking at the timer. I was like looking at the time. I'm like, I'm trying to work it out because I've not got a clock near me, and I'm like, hang on, I think I've got 10 minutes. I think.
Nice.
So,
what do you guys think? I did a quick video of it. What do you think of the new head for the 12-foot skeleton?
It's
scary
cool.
head.
It's cool.
I like it. I think it's pretty cool.
I haven't seen. I'm right in saying, right? I'm not wrong. There is one that moves, right? They've got the head moving.
So there's the servo. Hold on. I think I have. Let's see if I can get to the.
Yeah, there's one that's got kind of like sharpened teeth, almost fangish type look to it. It's kind of cool. My biggest question on that is, it's like $80 for a head. Like, do I want to spend $80 to get a new head, or that was the only thing that kind of caused for pause for me. That was the only thing, but it is cool looking.
See if, in case anyone hasn't seen it, I can show them the video on that real quick.
Okay.
Because I still have access to the ones I saved to my wish list. I still have access to the pages.
Oh, okay.
That's dope. It's dope.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool.
That is cool.
And it's a whole new sculpt, you know? And the detail is way better than the original.
Yes. Big time.
What do you guys think about the change in LCD eyes?
Some of them are cool. Some of them are quite silly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I get what they were doing. I get they were basically saying, hey, every season we've got an eye for, so just leave them out. It's Valentine's Day. Oh, we got Lucky Charms now. It's St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, so that's it. It's because so many people do that, don't they, Nate?
Yep.
You know what's funny though? Mine's out all the time, but except for Halloween, I never turn it on. Right? So he's just, because the only one who sees it is us when we pull him to the driveway. Without the party, no one's seeing it. So so I would probably never use that unless I had, like, I'm not gonna have a Valentine's Day party. I guess if I had someone over for 4th of July, maybe I could have the fireworks going. But
yeah.
I mean, I think the flames are kind of cool, and the snake eyes and stuff are neat. So some of that stuff's cool.
Yeah. Although, you know, I just had a thought. I'm wondering if that head is compatible with the older body. If so,
it's compatible with the older body. I don't think it's compatible with the servo. I'm not sure, because they say standard skeleton, like scary head, but then on something else it says compatible with all skeletons. So in my video I said I didn't think it was compatible with the servo, because the servo would usually the servos are in the head, you know, and this one has that screw-on attachment for the original. So I'm assuming that it's only for the old one. And this is kind of like for people that feel bad that they got the old one and the server one's out. Well, now you can buy this scary head and put it on, and everyone's happy. Yay!
Yay!
Yep.
I do like that scary head mold. That's pretty awesome. That's the first time I've seen that actually. So that does look really good.
Yeah, I think it's cool, and the servo movement looks cool.
Mm.
But you can. I've seen people that have got in mod kits to mod it so that the head turns.
Mm.
And I would probably almost rather do that. I'd rather get the scary head and then do my own mod to make it turn, because the servo one just kind of does this. I think, you know.
Mm-hmm. Classic.
Yeah.
Classic.
It's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's cool just having movement, but
yeah.
you know.
Did you see the guy last year who? At first, I thought it was fake, but then I was like, no, it's definitely real. Where he basically modded one to attach it to himself, so it was almost like stilts. It was on like a puppet, so he was walking around with the 12-foot scale. Did you never see that? At the first time I saw it, he was like doing this scene where he's chasing this woman. Like he'd obviously been stood still, and then he's chasing the woman as the skeleton. And I was like, that's fake. That's definitely like a deep fake thing. And then it was no, he genuinely did do it. It's really cool.
That is cool.
That's wild. That's wild. I like the Jeep where somebody had him and sitting sitting through the sunroof in the Jeep, and you saw pick it out. That's hilarious.
Nice. Well, I think when what's his name did the Halloween on Ambush, didn't he put the skeleton on the bow of the ship? Wasn't that the 12-foot skeleton? I think.
I don't think I've seen
I saw that. I don't know if I saw that.
He's the one that he won the Halloween show last year with the pirate ship with the flames going off and everything.
Oh yeah.
That's right. That's right.
I think he has that skeleton on the front of the ship.
Yeah, he won it after Brick won the first series, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Super
nice guy. I talked to him. He was at East Coast.
Okay. All right.
That's fine. It's interesting though. He's trying to make props. He's not doing the pirate thing this year. Because he said it almost killed him the last few years. Because he builds it and then takes it all apart and rebuilds it. But it's interesting. He's trying to sell props, but he's not doing pirate props.
Yeah, right.
Which I was kind of shocked. Like, might do what you know. Make the cannons that you can sell. Make this. So I'll have to reach out to him. And be like, hey, you gotta sell pirate stuff. I need it.
Yeah.
Because people would definitely consume that, and then before you know it, you got a booth at one of these big shows.
Exactly.
So
Dan, I was just going to say, what's the guy who does I've forgotten the name of the haunt now, but he does like that roller coaster type, like a dark ride.
Chamber of
Souls. Chamber of Souls.
Chamber of Souls.
They've got
and he was at Transworld doing. He'd started making his own animatronics, right? And
phenomenal,
mate. Really,
he's
really
on
good.
another level. He's on another level. Like the stuff he's doing, it's like almost like advanced cybernetics. It's insane. It's like, holy crap.
Yeah.
They are phenomenal. Like my goodness.
I reacted to his horn and I was like, hang on. At first, I was like watching him. So I was just impressed by the ride mechanism. I was like, whoa, he's got it spinning and turning. That's really impressive. And I was like, and he's anchored an animatronic on the front, and he's built the animatronic from scratch. I was just like, this is insane. This is crazy stuff. This is amazing.
Yeah, I think that's what he was. And honestly, he's at the point where like his services, he could go do stuff for professional haunts now. And they don't have stuff at the level he's doing it. I don't know if you saw he did a witch too. Like he built that one robot, he did this witch, and it was just like, oh my god, dude, jeez, bro, you need to put this in the bottle and sell it.
Yeah, definitely.
And they do. They've now he's got his own booth, and which is awesome. Wasn't she like 6,000, I think, or something?
Yeah.
Super awesome.
All power to him. Go for it. I'd say definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to have to love you and leave you guys. I think I'm going to have to say goodnight.
I mean, you can't mount it to the dash and drive in with us.
I know. I'm sorry, guys, but I hope you get hold of what you want to get hold of. Awesome. Good luck.
You
You'll
sure
be
you
the
don't
first
want
to know.
anything, Dan? Last chance.
Don't tempt me. Stop tempting me. You're like the devil. Stop
Right.
tempting me. I'm trying to keep pure. I'm trying to stay pure. No, I
We're the
can't.
kids in the back of the school. You're not supposed to
Yeah,
hang out with,
yeah,
man.
yeah. You are peer pressure. Peer pressure.
Right.
No, I'm going to have to say no. I can't.
Okay.
I couldn't live with myself if I just was like, you paid like I don't know $300 for something, and then send it to me, and it costs another $500, and I'm like, remember when I said I was going to pay you that money? Well, yeah. I don't think it's going to happen. I can't. I couldn't live with myself.
All of a sudden,
I
Dan
couldn't live with it.
just deletes his YouTube account and
Yeah, like, bye.
disappears.
See you later. Yeah. No, I couldn't. I couldn't do
man.
it. I couldn't do it. So no. I thank you so much for the offer, but I'll have to say no.
Right on, right on.
This was fun. We're gonna have to do
It was
some more
real fun.
streams together.
Yes,
Yep.
definitely.
Maybe not
Definitely.
6 hours. Maybe we'll
Maybe
do
not
shorter
6
ones.
hours.
And
We'll
I
be
think
like
the way,
more sensible people.
right?
Yeah,
And I think the
yeah.
way this works with this program, I think I could actually hook it up to one of your channels if you
Okay.
if you could get the information to me somehow. So
Okay. Fair
something to
enough.
play
We'll
with.
have to, that's something to look into. But it's
Okay.
been a lot of fun. I'm going to have to log on at some point just to see if you're still awake. Like, are they still there? Are they still doing it? So,
Well, I'm about to get my IV and hook the coffee flow drip into the arm here. And
I
Nice.
think that's the
There
way
you go.
forward right now. I think it's got to be done.
I know, right? I might need to get some ice cream or get some sugar in my body or something.
Yeah.
I don't drink
Yeah.
coffee. I might have soda downstairs. I can check that. But
Just go eat a donut or something. Get some sugar in you.
so, all right, Dan.
I will see you soon,
Appreciate you, man.
guys.
We're good. Take
Nice
care.
to see you. Bye
All
bye.
right. Keep it
All right.
spooky.
Have a good one.
Keep it spooky. Bye.
Awesome.
All
That was
right.
fun.
Yeah, it was absolutely. Definitely need to do it again. That's for sure. You know,
Right.
honestly, I think I had talked to Dan about this. So might as well throw your name in the hat. This year we kind of messed around with doing our my favorite home hunt, and I thought about it. I was like, I want to do this and add more people into it. Like I have fun doing it and reacting. I sat here like throughout the season. I'm sitting here collecting YouTube clips of places that I want to look at. You know
Right.
what I mean? So, and I definitely want to. We got some pretty good feedback from it this year, so I was like, I definitely want to do it again. And I felt bad because after we did our last one, I had a few people dial in, and they were like, "Hey, dude, I was gonna send you my haunt," and I was like, "I was only doing 3 volumes." And I
Right.
was doing 3 sets of 3, you know what I mean? So but I'm like definitely gonna revisit it this year and kind of, mess around with not so kind of a cheesy award system, like, hey, we're ribbon to this one, ribbon to that one, or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, this one was great for lighting, this one was great for walkthrough, this one was great for visual display, whatever,
Yep.
and just come up with these cool little ribbons that we can kind of drop on them. But that's something we can do. But normally it's usually it's everybody dropped late. I didn't get most of my stuff in until like I think it was like late February by the time I got a lot of people's stuff. So
That's great.
so it'll probably be somewhere around in between February and March,
Yeah.
So as the convention schedule starts to roll out. So but
Nice.
if that's something you're interested in, I think
Yeah.
we'd have a blast with it.
Oh, absolutely. That'd be cool.
Yep.
Awesome. And so, where does this stand with this podcast now? Let's get some information on this. You've kind of dropped a couple hints.
Oh
But,
yeah, I did. So I wish I had I have like some logos and everything all set up, but it's gonna be called Between the Stones. And I've been working on the basement, but I'm somewhere in between being non-committal because I want to still build props. I got one more big project to do. I think I told you I want to do a big red barn facade.
Yeah.
That's the next one. And honestly, once I've got that done, I think I can just stop and I'm good. But I've got all the pieces in play for the basement. I've got my audio equipment set up. And I'm gonna try to do a hybrid where maybe sometime I'll have guests in, and sometimes it'll just be what we're doing right now, video call, so. But I definitely wanted to. I've been get together a list of people to interview and things of that nature. But
Awesome.
I didn't want to do it at first. I wasn't even thinking about it, but one of my friends was like, you're doing YouTubes that almost could be formatted as podcasts, so you might as well just do that,
Right.
And then now you just add a visual to it, and you can do it through YouTube. And I was like, okay.
That's right.
So,
Might as well.
It's coming.
Awesome. We're all looking forward to it. Let's check the chat. It's been a little while. So Willie said, my Predator of the Night is still set up in my backyard. Awesome. I was dreading putting him back in its box and never got around to taking him down. That was me with the werewolf. The werewolf I actually did take down. I have my skeleton and the Inferno Deadwood still in my driveway. But the werewolf, I am not looking forward to putting that together. Like, that's gonna be the worst day of my life this year.
Dude, it literally is. And I can honestly tell you that I told you we sold them. And I think everything came down. The funny thing is, all the kids in the neighborhood loved him.
Yeah.
This one kid after Halloween, because we left him up for a while. This one kid like came by with his mom, and the mom was like, "Can he please go back and look at it again before you take it down?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." But everybody loved him. He was a hit. And like the next year, we didn't use him, and people were kind of bummed out. But dude, the amount of time, and I think that I think for one, they were manufactured poorly, just because I noticed
just like too tight. People, it's not, everything didn't quite line up right.
No, it didn't. And the first time I did it, I fought, and then finally I got frustrated and I just stood it up, and I noticed all the pieces just kind of slid down from sheer weight. They just locked in, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
That's all I had to do.
The next year, it didn't work. It didn't work. Stood it up, and it was like falling over, and I'm sitting here. It was just a mess, and I was like, and it's just mostly because the what do you call that? The dang it, having a senior moment here. The molds, we'll just say the molds. They were not cut right. Like the thigh pieces didn't fit in, you know what I mean? How they'd have like this hexagon shape, and then the other one would be cut like just slightly too small, so you'd have to really. And I was just like, I'm done.
I didn't notice Predator of the Night being as bad. Although if you watch my video where I'm putting it together, I did almost drop the torso because I'm trying to do it myself like an idiot. But I do, the whole wing part with Predator was kind of weird. So again, not super looking forward to putting that one together either. So I totally understand leaving it up. But I will say I would put Predator of the Night together 100 times before I put the werewolf together again. So
if there's one thing I want these manufacturers to start adopting is, like, I wish I had the money to just buy distortionist product, because I love the fact that it's like base, midsection, top.
Right.
Base, midsection, top. Done.
Yep.
And I was like, that can't be too difficult. I mean, obviously with static, I figure static pieces is a lot more easy to do, but I think that some of this stuff is overthought as far as the putting together of it, is just so involved. And some pieces, like, I'll tell you, and this will make you laugh, one of the most unfun pieces to put together is Jack Straw from Spirit, which that was one of my favorite Spirit pieces. Was Jack Straw. I loved him, still do to this day. But every year I get confused. I'm just like, dude, I put this together 3 times. Why am I lost again? And I have to go back and look at a video, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing, because it's just got all these little weird pieces, and then there's little screws you got to put in, and you're just like, why is this involved?
Yeah, what is it about the mechanism that's so strange with it?
Well, it's because you have some stuff that needs to be zip tied, and obviously you're going to need a new zip tie every time because you have to cut it off.
They make you zip tie stuff? Really?
Yeah. Pieces of it have to be zip tied. And then there's this little screw that goes in the back part of the neck that's easy to lose. I like literally keep a baggie with me whenever I'm taking it apart or putting it together, because that screw falls in the grass and you're like, uh-oh.
Done. We're done. Get a magnet, just start combing the grass.
Right. So we've got a lot of weird little parts like that to it that just seem unnecessary. I think they've probably gotten better. That's probably a reason why they never brought Jack Straw out, because that was very popular animatronic, and if Spirit dropped him again, he would sell
Right.
out. I
But
guarantee you. But
they got his cousin or whatever, right? Maxtra.
oh, dude, that was so disappointing. I wanted so badly to be excited. I'm like,
Right.
yes, Scarecrow. You know me, I'm all for scarecrows. And then when I saw it, I was like trying to justify and rationalize, and then I realized I'm working too hard. I'm like, this is not good. And the face
Like,
just
I don't hate the face. It's interesting. It's my big thing is like it's literally just like a reindeer motor. With you to put a reindeer motor, you put two nails or two screws, you'll get the same exact motion that they charge you $180 for.
yep,
And it's like the problem with the face is like it's kind of creepy, but it's kind of happy.
yes,
Like which one is it? You
yeah,
know, is it
yeah,
scary
yeah.
or not scary?
You nailed it. You nailed it.
Yeah,
That's it. Where it's just not. It doesn't cross that line. And I've gotten to a point now where everything has to pass a zoom test. You know what I
yep,
mean? You zoom in, and like the more I zoomed in, the more I fell out of love.
right, exactly.
At first, I was like, "Oh, that could be,"
And I
and then
still
I
don't
got
I don't understand like the levitating Grim Reaper makes sense. The
yes,
witch, I mean, the witch with a giant broom kind of makes sense.
yeah,
Why is a scarecrow levitating? Like the whole point of a scarecrow is it's nailed to this thing in the middle of the
yeah,
cornfield.
yeah,
So
yeah,
it's a weird way to use that technology. Like
yeah,
I kind of picture him like hopping, using his uh, what do you call it, pitchfork thing to like get
yeah.
through the field. Like
Right.
it's just weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it is definitely weird. I like the straw man much better. The
Yeah.
straw man was probably the best scarecrow prop they've done, and I actually really like that. The only thing is, I noticed the servo always goes kind of wacky. Mine always ends up where the head just goes to the side, all
Oh,
funky. You
really?
know what I mean? And I know
Hmm.
there's probably something in the installation where I'm doing it wrong, but other than that, it's probably the best. They came out with one a year before the straw man, and it was just made me sick. It was the one where he's hanging on a cross, and it was like a body with, and it wasn't even an arm that was connected. It was just an arm thrown on a stick. And he
Oh,
laughed. And
really?
he kind of shake his head and do the, and he just do this
Oh,
thing.
I don't
I
even
don't know,
remember
but
that.
I'll send you. Yeah, it was. I forget the name of it. But it was. It was bad. It was terrible. But yeah, I think that was Spirits to me. That was their last. It wasn't a strong year, but at least they had some pieces. That was Lord Raven, the Scarecrow, see the Straw Man came out that year. I'm trying to think what else they had that year. But those two were pretty strong pieces,
Yeah,
which is funny because they're still selling them to this day.
of
So
course, right?
yep, yep. So
So we got a couple more from Willie. One's an older one. The Haunted Mansion house ride would have been my pick to win the fright fight. Um,
I
yeah,
agree. I agree.
I kind of agree too. I love what he
Yep,
did.
yep.
Um, but because it's just a show and there's no walkthrough or anything, I kind of felt like the ride was a little cooler. I love
Yeah,
them both. I think they're both amazing.
yeah.
And I think it's the scale of the pirate show is why he won because it's like there's this fire shooting way up
It
and
was a
it's
production. It was
huge,
more
you
of a
know.
production. Yeah,
But I agree. I think the one I would like to experience more if I had to in person would probably have been the ride.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. No doubt. No doubt.
yeah.
It's funny you said that because I had one principal issue with the show. They had actually contacted us to enter, and the reason we didn't do it, even though I don't think we could have held the torch to a lot of the people that were on there
Yeah.
personally, I don't think we stood a chance. But when they asked us to do it, they wanted us to move our production schedule up, and they wanted us to do it in August. And I was like, dude, there's no way. We use
Right.
real corn stalks. They're not even freaking grown yet.
Right.
And I'm like, no. So that I literally just told them, no, I'm like, I'm not going to compromise and then stress myself out. You know what I mean? It's like, this is my hobby. This is what I love doing. And I don't want anything to make me not like it.
Right.
So,
So they had to have that
so
all done in by August.
yep.
How the hell do you get that
And
pirate
hopefully
ship
they're
done by
changing
then?
it. Hopefully they're changing it. One of the showrunners told me later on that they're going to try to have people submit instead, which makes more sense. Just have them submit. Let people do their thing,
Right.
because now you're really getting to see what they're doing instead of them rushing something half baked for you.
Right. Yeah.
Let them do their show so you really get a pure showing of what they're doing.
Right.
So, but yeah, the one thing I didn't like about the show is that there was no explanation of choice.
Yeah.
It was just like, you won.
Right.
Why? What did you like? You won because we noticed this, and this. None of that. It was just, and I thought that was a poor showing, and it made it seem like there was no thought put into it. Which, I mean, if I'd have won, I'd want somebody to tell me what they liked.
I would rather also see, instead of like having like this one guy goes to these three and this girl goes to these three, I'd rather have them have like three judges, right?
Yeah.
And you have like maybe like an Ed from Distortions or someone, like someone in the haunt field, right?
Yes.
People that are known for home haunters, and you
Yep.
have them show up and they go through and then they give their ratings and they tell you why. That would be amazing.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. And that's really the way it should be. So I think I think there's room for somebody to step in and really kind of, clean up that idea of what they were trying to do. I think they tried, but I think they missed the opportunity because unfortunately they were in a construct of network, I forgot. I think it's ABC that was doing that.
Yeah, ABC. Yep.
So that's I've always said network TV, you have an issue with that because they're so limited in as far as what they can accomplish. But yeah, I think there's room for somebody to come in and maybe do something. I know there's a smaller level home haunt award show. I think it's the Canadian Awards Association.
Okay.
Oh my God, if you haven't seen those videos, some of those guys are, these Canadian hunters are freaking scary good. I know there's one, something manor, med. You know what? I'll tell you. Instead of me trying to pick my brain, I'm going to send you a list of a few to look at. I think most of them are in the in BC and the BC area, British Columbia. So, but their stuff is like, dude, they're a couple of clicks away from being pro operations. Like, it's just insane. I'll send you a few of them. I was like just blown away. But I know they do award show every year.
That's cool. I'll have to check it out.
Yep.
I love watching that stuff. I just love seeing everything.
Yeah.
Willie also said, yeah, I had a lot of trouble with the werewolf hip torso connection. That's where I had the issue too.
Yep.
I couldn't even get the hip and torso apart when I took it down last year.
Yep.
That's the same part. That's that hip torso is like nightmare. I think we had 3 people trying to push it and pull it together.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. And plus you're on a ladder with this big freaking torso going.
Right.
Yeah. That is definitely. And I was so bummed out because I put the sweat equity into that and then couldn't get it. And so I told the guy who bought it off me, I said, man, I'm just telling you right now, that part is going to drive you crazy. So you may want to consider getting it up and just leaving it up.
Yep. I agree. What do you think of the re-costume of the witch this year? Have you seen that, the floating witch?
Yeah, I did. Matter of fact, we're in the process of selling the one we have right now. I got that witch pending. We've used her 2 years in a row, but I think we've gotten to the point where we're like, we're kind of evolving out of that. So, it pretty much is the same thing. It's just a black costume,
just the black,
which may be better. I didn't. The funny thing is, even with the old one, I was trying to put creepy cloth to get rid of some of the that plasticky look.
Shiny, outdoor fabric.
I know it's necessary for the weather, obviously, but we found ourselves putting creepy cloth on some of that to give it kind of a little more of a rustic feel. So, but yeah, the new one seems like it's pretty much consistent with what we had before, just a better look because it's all black.
Yeah, I think the black is a little bit better. We have her also, but she's like in the party area, so we have some props that just are in the party area for people to kind of walk by. Oh, that's cool, that's neat.
Yeah.
But I can see how, like, like you're saying, if you're trying to do like a cool, realistic witch area, she kind of kills it with the digital eyes and the fact that she's giant and she's got this giant broom.
Exactly.
You know,
Proportion is off.
yeah,
And that's the one thing we want to do more of, because the witches actually are part of our story arc. You know what I mean? So I'm like, we got to really make that better. We have to have better representation. And
Yep.
if they're going to be part of a story, then it's got to feel more immersive. You know what I mean? So, so that was why we were deciding to go kind of a different way. So, and plus we want to kind of make kind of a pseudo witch shack this year to kind of set that whole piece of the story up.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's why I was thinking this witch this year. I was like, I can totally use her and put her in good lighting,
Yep.
and it could work. It could definitely work. Yeah. So
for $100, I think she's pretty awesome. Yeah,
no doubt.
It's really just that draw line, and again, sometimes as someone who like reviews things, right? You kind of get too critical where you're thinking like, wait a second, let me step back. For $100, I get this prop that's talking and has this cool look. Like, sometimes you gotta step back and be like, yeah, sometimes I'm too critical. Like this is pretty cool for what you're getting,
Yeah. But I do understand that when you make a heavy investment into something, if you've got to do tweaks after you've invested into something, then you're like, why did I just spend $300 and now I'm doing more work?
Right. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? But for $100, I'm like, you know what? I can make a small investment into putting a few spins on it, to make it more along what I like. But the funny thing is, speaking of witches, the one witch, and I've been on the fence with this witch for probably 3 years. And it's the one that Moore's Costume makes, that has the bone necklace and she's got servos.
Oh, the servo witch, yep.
She's very creepy. And I was just like, dude, I want it, but I just cannot justify that price tag on her. It's like $300. And I'm just like, dude, we're getting servo stuff a lot cheaper. And it's that price is too high.
I think
so,
she's more than 300, right? I think she's like almost 400.
Matter of fact, I just gave away a secret, and I'll talk to you about that offline. There is a link if you want to get Moore's Costume stuff at closer to cost. I'll talk to you about that offline. But yeah, so there's that's what you would cost if you were going on to the wholesale website. But yeah, I've seen her for as much as $450, which is absolutely just like that Hulking werewolf. Like I think we paid $320 for the Hulking werewolf, and a lot of websites have it going for almost $500. And I'm like, are you out of your mind?
Yeah, here's one I wanted last year, but I was like, I'm not paying that much for this prop. Like it's cool, but it's not a $500 prop. There's no way.
No. So I'll show you. The matter of fact, I'll send it to you. It's pretty simple. You just got to set up an account with Morse. You go on their wholesale website, and then they even tell you to have a PO. So we kind of almost operate like a nonprofit because we do charity.
Yep.
So what we do is we kind of basically use it as kind of like a business or nonprofit. So we have a PO number when I order from them and stuff like that. So it's a lot more reasonable than what you'd spend for on some of the web. Like, what's the one that Oriental Trading? Oh my God.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, they're ridiculous on that website. No.
I didn't even look for their Halloween stuff this year. They have anything interesting?
No.
They
kind of are like a reseller. They kind of like HalloweenCostumes.com, where they do a lot of resell of other, and when their stuff that's usually kind of very, very garbagey Sunstar type stuff, that stuff is really cheap. That's the stuff that they make. But if they're selling a seasonal visions prop or a techie prop, is going to be way more than you should be spending for it, because they're trying to make pure profit on it. So it's almost like a 50% markup. So
yeah. Because they had was it them or HalloweenCostumes.com? It was the only place that I actually saw for sale the Reaper last year that was reading, that had the tombstone that split open with the fog.
Yes. Yep. They have it. Oriental Trading has it too. So and it's really set up as Morse Costumes, but I think it's SVI that makes it, I believe. But yeah, like you'll find that cheaper on the Morse wholesale website.
Yeah.
So
I thought that one was pretty cool. I thought that was a decent.
He is cool. He is cool.
now this, I mean, when you get this Reaper for 300, the levitating one, there's no Reaper that competes with that, you
No,
know?
no. And the funny thing, I'm thinking about it now, because we also have a 10-foot Reaper, which I still love him to this day. I still think he's pretty cool. The 10-footer. Dan has it too
The
as
same one
well.
Dan
And
has. Yeah.
yeah, but he's
Yep.
got the Costco version, which is weatherproof and had servos. But yeah, outside of that was probably my favorite Reaper before this guy came out. It was him. And I did like the Smoldering Reaper, but that was one I ended up taking back. Something I didn't like the way his base set up.
Really?
Yeah, it was because we get so much wind.
Okay.
Wind is one of our big issues here, and I feel like we were like on an alleyway. And the way his base was set up, I was kind of worried that the matter of time before he really isn't built to be outside.
Yeah. I had the
Yeah.
same issue with the precursor to that one, which is the one that was in the black robe that had the
Yep.
scythe. So I had them together in my basement, and then like a jerk, I'm not going to take them apart to move them, so I just carried them. As I'm carrying them up the stairs, I didn't bang into anything, but just the little bit of bouncing. One wrist snapped where the metal was, and then eventually the other one did too. So
Oh my
I
God.
reattached the one that was down up so that he was like holding a skull. But then the other hand that kind of moved, so like was okay for a while, and then it kind of came loose. And now he's been standing for a while, and his whole like scythe is like warped, so it's like bending at an angle. So I'll have to like stick something in it to straighten it out.
That
Um,
sucks.
yeah, he's a cool prop. I mean, I think he looks awesome, but
Yes, he is. Yes.
he's slowly deteriorating in front of me.
Yep. It's funny. Speaking of props that had so much promise, there was one that I was so happy I got. This is the Home Depot one. The Fairy of Souls. You remember that?
Oh yeah, yep.
Such a cool prop. Two major issues. And that was another one that I took back to Home Depot.
Really?
I was like, after the season, I was like, no, thank you. Here you go. One was he's sound activated. And I'm like, why would you make a
Really?
prop that big sound activated? I literally had one of the guys that was volunteering and acting for us. He'd be walking through our trail going like this. Like, this
Clap
is
on.
so stupid. This is so stupid. But yeah,
You probably could have switched it out with a. I mean, again, you'd have to do it. Should you have to do that for paying that much money? No. But
yeah, it was $400 at the time, and that thing was insane, So,
right.
but yeah, it was sound activated, and then the other thing was the audio was terrible.
Oh, was it?
Some of the worst audio I'd ever. I mean, for a prop that looked that cool, and it was a beautiful looking prop.
Yep.
The audio. I am the Fairy of Souls, and I come to carry lost souls. Are you a lost soul? And I'm just like, man, can you be more corny?
Oh, that's awful. That's like the plague
that's
doctor
verbatim, dude.
from.
That's verbatim. That thing traumatized me. I'm just sitting there going, I just turned the volume down, like, no.
That's like the Halloween costumes plague doctor. I am the plague doctor. I do the plague. It's like, no one says that. Although
That's
at
like
least
saying
with
the title of the movie in the first scene.
right with the fairy though, that's a prop that I would probably be okay with no sound on. Right?
Yes.
You just have them there, and you could find it in the background play water moving sound or something. But
Yep.
that's one I always thought I would like too. But no, I probably wouldn't.
Yeah,
Again,
because it is a gorgeous prop, man. Don't get me wrong, it is
really.
I was like, it probably to me was one of the better prop. I would put it in the chronicles of some of the best props that they've built, and it was really easy to put together. It wasn't too hard. I mean, it was like almost simple. It seemed intimidating until I put it together. And it was like, that's it.
Huh.
But yeah, it was just those two Achilles heels that really killed it for me. Like because I like to get I have a bunch of those spirit prop controllers.
Yep.
Whereas I have a bunch of them, and my goal is to always like to plug those in and maybe give a few actors like, hey, you control these three, you can control these three. And it's kind of cool because they have control over when those go off, or if there's a delay, they can time it to where somebody's coming, they know. So, and they can set up their own selves to scare somebody, which is kind of neat. But
awesome. Yeah, trigger the prop,
so
have him looking
yep,
this way, and then you get him.
yep,
So
yep. But
awesome.
that one didn't work with it because it was sound activated. There wasn't a try me or a step pad port for me to use. So I was just like, yeah, this kind of defeats the purpose of having this.
Right. Awful.
So,
We got a couple of chats from this guy, Halloween Dan. He said, "Hey guys, about to head to work, unfortunately. Just wanted to add up the chat. It was a lot of fun getting to chat Halloween stuff with you this morning. Hope you both get the props you're aiming for. See you in the next one, guys. Keep it spooky."
awesome, man. Get a good cup of coffee. And sorry we were a bad influence on you today.
It's been all day. I've been like, "Are you sure you don't want me to buy you something?" It's like, "You can pay me monthly." It's like $20 a month. Because it's not that I feel bad because he still makes an awesome setup. I was like, he talks about all this cool stuff, and then he's like, "But I can't get any here."
Yeah,
And so I'm
yeah.
like, "Dude, if you want something, like we'll figure out a way to get it to you. You pay me a little bit at a time if you want, but I
I
get it."
think I think Morse covers his area. I didn't know. Although, like I said, they really kind of just really didn't they didn't wow me this year.
No.
I think everybody's most excited about the sword swallowing guy.
Yep.
I don't remember.
The
Did he
clown
make
wasn't
gagging
bad
noises?
either. No, he didn't.
Okay.
That's what, because remember that was something Dan said, and I agreed with in one of the videos, was that if he did make some kind of like almost like he was like hurting himself. I know they don't do that. That's sword swallowers.
Yeah,
They
that
have the
would have been
sheath.
disturbing.
I know they have the sheath in there and they're just sliding into the sheath. But if they made something like more disturbing like that, maybe it would have been cooler because it's such a smooth thing,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
just maybe it could have been creepier.
yeah,
Um,
yep.
I think my favorite of theirs was the clown on the pole. I thought that
Oh,
was
the one that was balancing.
that's like balancing. I
Yeah,
thought he was interesting. Again,
yeah.
not something I would need, or
Right.
need to get, uh, but I
Also,
think,
you didn't want the cowboy with the flopping bag of potatoes.
yeah, you know what? I think the concept was cool, right? You got the guy in the body bag. It's like a maybe think of Monty Python. It's like, "Bring out your dead." It's like, "I'm not dead yet." They're like, whack of it. But but yeah, it looks like this like weird worm the way it moves. It just doesn't look
Yeah,
right.
right, right, right.
And then
Matter
that
of fact,
that
it looks like a break dancer is trying to do a kick worm.
right. And then you've got that same face that we've had for like three different props now. It's like you could have a whole like triplets of gravediggers that have that
That's
same
right.
face.
That's right. Was he the one with the shears down with the cowboy hat and
Yep. Well, so he never came out last year, did he?
the shears guy? He's on. You know what?
Because I remember
I
seeing
know
stuff for him. I never saw him for sale anywhere.
he was on the show floor. He was
Was
on the show
Yeah,
floor, but I think that's the last I heard of it.
right.
So I don't know what happened, but you're right now that you think of it. Now I think I remember it's the guy who had the little shears. He
Yeah.
was the garden
But
shear
yeah,
guy,
it was the
and
same
he's not
head.
on the Morris website either. He's
No,
not on the Morris
they must
website,
have
which
had
is
some issue with it.
yeah, yeah. I'm sure. I'm sure. Although to me, he was kind of. I know some people liked him, but I thought he was underwhelming. It was kind of like, okay, all right. I mean, not like it's not amazing, but it's like
Right.
okay.
So, do you
So,
remember last year when Target had this, like, it's basically a static prop, Lewis, and everyone was
oh,
all big thing.
is that the guy who was like, I'm not a jack o' lantern, I'm Lewis.
Yeah, uh so he's got a friend this year that's part of the same thing. It's a Grim Reaper. Have you seen him yet?
I have not. I have not.
I'm gonna
I'm scared.
I'll share him with you. Where's my
Okay.
Target page? Well, this is a different one. This is actually he's kind of a cool guitar musician. Let me turn the volume down because I think it's gonna be loud.
Happy Halloween! It's the craziest night that I've ever seen. So glad you really adored this rockin' chord tonight. See you in the afterlife.
I
He's
guess he
okay,
can get down with the Lowe's band.
right? I think for a prop for kids, because there's stuff aimed kid friendly. I think
Right.
that one's pretty cool. That's not the one I actually meant to share. Let me see if I can. I had apparently 2 target windows. Where are you? Here we go. This is Bruce the Skeleton Ghoul. So he's kind of the same thing, where he looks like basically a
He's kind of
static.
cool.
Oh, we've got a video now.
My name is Bruce, and I'm about to cut loose, so baby, come and listen to me. I like to scare what I don't care. I'm a reaper with flair, bringing chills every Halloween.
I didn't see the video before.
Yeah. You can put him with the little guy from Lowe's. Boom, 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 boom,
Right?
boom.
So that's funny. Before when I looked, they didn't have the video up, so I thought he
He's
was just
got
a
a cool
static
look to
prop.
him. He's got a cool look to him.
Yeah, I kind of dig the look. I mean, again,
Yeah.
it's that kind of cartoony. Um,
He
I,
reminds me of this show that my son used to watch when he was little. I think it was called Adventures of Grim and Mandy or something.
I don't know that
And he
show.
kind of looks like that Grim Reaper from Grim and Mandy. For those who are Cartoon Network folks, it was actually kind of a funny show. But he almost looks like that. Almost looks just like the guy from that. So,
That's cool.
but I meant to ask you this. You did the Legendary Haunt tour, right?
Yeah,
Did you guys do Laurel's?
we did.
Laurel's was another one that looked pretty doggone impressive. What was your take on Laurel's?
So Laurel's was interesting because I really liked it. I really thought it was cool, and 2 other people in my group really liked it, and then one person didn't like it, and there were other haunters that I don't want to say they didn't like it. I don't want it to sound too negative. It's not like they're like this is
Right.
terrible, but I thought going through it, it had almost like otherworldly, like not really Silent Hill, but kind of like Silent Hill vibe going into it. But
Okay.
some of the comments people made was that they thought that there was a lot of like too much stuff. Like they collected a lot of stuff and put it in there. So there's a lot of things that you're kind of walking around. But I thought the way they were kind of piled and arranged was like this kind of weird and creepy.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed it. I actually really liked it. But I know some of the other hunters are like, they get just too much stuff in there. And the other thing is that, professional hunters sometimes have this thing against you can't use retail props, right? So they
Yeah.
would like repurpose retail props. So you would like walk in and there's like this guy on the balcony and I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh, I think that's the bog zombie from Spirit, but they would put stuff on it. The only one that really they had in there that wasn't altered was the what's his name from last year, the kind of bird guy that Spirit
Oh,
had.
Lord Raven. Lord
Lord,
Raven.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he was in there and he wasn't really altered, but all the other ones were pretty well hidden, changed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, I'm like you, where I'm like trying to look at every detail, and I'm like, I
Yeah.
know where that guy is, and I know that. Um, I think the only thing I would say with Laurel's, I think there was a couple of parts that were maybe inconsistent. Where like one room was like super cool, and then you go down the hallway and you can kind of see that it's like a painted brick wall, you know.
Gotcha.
But again, the average person going through is not going to be looking for that. So they're going to be
Right.
scared, and so it was interesting. There was definitely a mixed thoughts about that one. I enjoyed
Okay.
it. Um, Alan Hops, like he was like talking about it to himself. Like I could hear him talking sometimes. Like I don't even think he's talking to anyone about how much he really liked Laurel's because he loved that one.
Yeah,
Um,
from the playbacks I've seen a few walkthroughs, and I think they were a lot older. And I think that's the thing with the haunt tours too. You're seeing probably not full. You don't know if these operations are at 100% or if they're at like maybe like 60%.
and I wonder that if like maybe they didn't have as many haunters because it's summer, they tried to grab who they can.
Yeah,
Because there are a couple of parts where you're walking and there's like no one there. Or they actually hid some animatronic scares really well. There were a couple that I thought were really well hidden that if I was the first one in the line, right? Because with our group of like 4, I was towards the back. But if I was the first one, they would have gotten me. The way they hit
Right,
it, the way then it
right.
popped out. Um, so yeah, so that was the most divisive one out of all the ones we saw, where um, a lot of people like either were on one side or the other. Like I really like it, or I really don't like it. And I don't know. I thought it was cool. I enjoyed it.
Okay. Yeah, I meant to ask you about that, but and then I guess building on that, like, what would you rank if you were to rank all the houses you went to, all the haunts that you went to? What would be your? I already know Markov's is up there. You
Yeah,
don't have to tell me that. I already know
yeah.
that's got to be your top, right?
I would say I don't know. I get the hat for Penhurst also.
Penhurst. Okay. All right.
Penhurst and Markov's were, I would say, almost equal, but for different things, right? So
Yes. Yeah.
Penhurst for theming, and it was probably the scariest haunt I've been in.
Okay.
It was just some like really cool scenes. The scare actors were amazing. There's this one girl where like our whole party was like going up to them afterwards because they had a booth there, and we're just like who was that girl? Like she was amazing. And she ended up showing up, and we talked to her like she was just so good. And her and her boyfriend were both scare actors, and they kind of traveled around, but she was amazing. And there was this other girl that was there at the counter, and she was like amazing. So they had great scare actors, and the sets were just like, because you're going through this real asylum, right? This real
Yep.
old asylum, and it's like,
Yep.
there's parts where you're going through like kind of like this creepy laboratory where they're doing experiments, and other parts where it's just like, the asylum people are loose. So you're like walking through, like I gave an example of this, these bunk beds, right? And you're kind of like walking between them, and they're all like kind of moved out of place, and there's these girls just like hopping back and forth through them, and they kind of like, because they can grab you there, they can't like nothing violent, but they can touch you, so they're kind of grabbing at your feet and stuff. And
Yeah.
um and they have this awesome like hallway where you're going through, and it's like at one point it's like pitch black, and then all of a sudden you go into it, and it's like bright white lights, but there's all fog, so you're literally walking, you can't see in front of you at all, and these people just emerge out of the fog like right in your face. And
I love
um
that. Love
so
that.
I love Penhurst. So Mark Ross was different because um
Eye candy.
it was just like, so usually with haunts that are kind of throw all different themes together, I don't like, because it's
Hmm.
like I like the idea of story. Um, but Marcos was just like it was a haunted trail. So I've been through so many haunted trails that I thought were just like, usually you go through and it's like, oh, that was cool, some
Yeah.
scary parts, whatever. But this was one, it's like you walk through and they have like these big characters to start out. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then you get to this one set, you're like, oh, this is awesome. It's like, and then you get to this church, and you get to the church, but you have to go underneath through catacombs first, and you come around and go through the church. You're like, oh, that's awesome. But then it's like, you know, you get to a vampire village, and there's all these vampires, and you're crossing a Nordic ship, like an
I
actual
saw
ship
that
in the
the
water, and
Viking
you're
ship is
crossing over
awesome.
it, and it's like, and it culminates where like you're at this like weird like techno party with like all this metal stuff, and there's like this devil with a flamethrower, and like it gets crazy. And it's just like
Yeah.
every set piece seems bigger than the next one, and there's like 25 big sets in there, and he doesn't. It's funny because like I didn't get to talk to him, but one of the guys I was with, Jay, talked to him. He's like your place is so amazing, and he's like, oh, you think so? Like, so like this guy who just farmer that had the property, does it for charity, right? Money
Yeah.
all goes to charity, and he just does it because he thinks it's fun and it helps people out. But he didn't even know it was good, and we're just like, this is freaking amazing. Like, what are you talking about?
Yep.
Uh,
Yep. That's
so
awesome.
so they're both like very different. Like one's super scary. I wouldn't say Mark Ross was super scary. It had scary moments for sure, but
Right.
it's just like you're walking through the woods and you come out of one thing, and all of a sudden there's like the circus, and you're going into a circus tent, and then they have a whole Ferris wheel going, and they have other stuff. And it's like fucking crazy. Like it's just these crazy sets, and it was awesome. It was really good.
That's very cool. So
Um,
you know what they really, from what your description is, it sounds like it's very similar to Haunted Overload.
yeah,
And Haunted Overload, very similar, where there isn't a set. I mean, it's just what their name is. It's their name to me sounds like somebody threw up everything spooky, and that's kind of what Haunted Overload is. And I think when you have a landscape that's that big and you can be that epic, you have the room to not have to commit to anything.
right.
But when you've got a smaller scape, you've got to you got to almost stay on a direction because you can't switching would seem like off. But I think these big, especially outdoor trails, have a lot more freedom where they can get away with doing that, and it doesn't disrupt anything because you're still getting wowed by whatever you're seeing.
Exactly. You don't have
But
time to you don't have time to think about like why is this here because you're just like wow that's awesome.
okay, so I'm hearing Markoff first, Pinhurst second, are about the same with those.
It's so tough because like I don't know. I would say I think they're equal just in different ways. Like
Okay,
I
so
think
1A and
Penner,
1B.
yeah, like if you're for pure spectacle, Markov's was tops.
Yeah,
And I haven't been to Haunted Overlook, which is weird because we're not that far away in Rhode Island,
no,
but
no,
I got to get up there. But Penhurst was like just like scary and like atmosphere of being in these real old buildings. And it would have actually been scarier because we were there during the day for that
yes,
one.
yep,
So there's certain parts where like, you're going up the steps and there's windows and they would kind of block it so only a little light would shine through, but that same thing where it's like pitch black or just moonlight coming through would be way creepier.
right, right.
So
Yeah, it's funny because I think well, no, I don't think I know. Pinhurst and Eloise are owned by the same guy.
okay.
And both of them are asylums. We're going to try to get to Eloise this year.
Where's
Eloise is
that one?
in that one's out here in Michigan. It's in
Okay.
Westland, but it's an old institution where it wasn't really a psychic ward, but it was a place where people took their mentally disturbed relatives and they would drop them off there, and it was like a facility for them. But they really didn't get obviously proper medical care. So
Yeah.
there was a lot of horror stories, like I'm sure there is with Penhurst too as well. But it's just interesting that the same guy owns both of them. But we definitely want to get over to Eloise this year and see their
Awesome.
whole operation, see what they've got going. Because matter of fact, I think if you ever want to go Grim Life, if you ever watch their channels, they
Yep.
went and did a tour, kind of a behind the scenes tour
I'll have to check it out.
of Eloise, and I'm curious to see how similar it
Yep.
is to what you experienced at Penhurst. So,
Yeah.
all right, so
Awesome. I'll check that out.
yeah. So, what was third?
Before we get to that, I don't want to miss these comments.
Oh, sorry.
We've got Keith said LFG. Let's effing go. And he said, wonder how much I can sell my last year pumpkin stacks for. Um, and I think you could probably still do okay with those. The pumpkin
Oh yeah.
stacks go quick. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
you could honestly probably get list price from somebody, or even more if you. It's all timing with that, right? You got to pick
Yeah.
the time where they're not available. So,
Yep.
yeah, Keith, I think you could get retail price or even more depending on when it is.
I'm
Um,
wondering if you're planning on getting the new pumpkin stack that's out. And what are your thoughts on that, Keith?
yeah. So, are you getting the new pumpkin stack? I know you said you've got 3 of the other one, right?
Yeah, I think I'm
Stacked
committed.
out.
I'm committed. The new ones are cool, but you know what I noticed about them? They kind of have, if you really look at them, they look like tikis.
Oh, huh.
Give them a look see next time, and
Yeah.
you'll kind of get where I'm saying. They have this kind of carved, kind of tiki feel to them, and I was like, they're cool. I think they're really nice.
Yep.
But now I'm like, I still like my pumpkin stacks, and they're still good for your front piece. So
Yeah. What do you think of the skull stacks last year?
didn't like them.
Yeah.
We just sold them.
Did you?
Yeah,
I,
we didn't even put them out.
I didn't. So what I saw one person do was kind of cool, where they flipped, so they did skull, pumpkin, all the way up.
Well, yeah, okay.
That was pretty cool looking.
I didn't
I,
know they were interchangeable.
I guess as long
That's
as you can
cool.
make it fit. So I thought that was cool.
All right.
But I agree that if between the two, I think the pumpkins are way better. I don't know if it's something about the red in the eyes that just I don't know. It just didn't work as good for me as the pumpkins, I think.
And
So I
the
agree.
sculpt on the skulls were kind of goofy. You know what
Right.
I mean? They seemed
They
kind
had
of
to
odd shaped.
yeah, to make them fit, right? To stack. They kind of like have this weird square shape to them and
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep.
And then we've got one more. He said those Dan props are kind of why is this got this. My icons are covering the last word, so I can't make it out. Comey, corny. Sorry. Yeah, the band props are definitely kind of corny for sure.
Which
and
ones were those? Which props?
my guess is he's probably referring to the Target that we showed.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
guessing.
yes.
They're aimed for kids, they're not really aimed for
Yeah.
us. I did get the last 2 years. I got the servo skeleton from Target last year, because he's great for kids, and I had gotten the guitar player one they had the year before. Um, they're cheap, and I thought they were cool props. They're $150 each, and it's weird because like the kids always say they want it scarier, but then I've got other kids that literally will come over before the party to do a walkthrough just to know that it's not it's not too scary. So I'm always kind of trying to like play the balance, and it's not scary. Like what I do isn't scary. I'm trying to make it a little scarier each year. So I'm hoping
Right.
with the pirate ship I can get some more jump scares in there and stuff. Um, but yeah, so I kind of have a mix of scary and not so scary. But so I think that's Target's aiming for that. They're aiming for like
Yeah.
nothing scary. They want a 3-year-old to walk up and like it.
Yeah. I think they've leaned harder into that too the last couple of years.
Definitely.
Because even before, I'm like, Target, although I thought that little spider they had was kind of cool. I think that was maybe 2 years ago. They had this Black
Okay.
Widow looking spider I thought was
Oh
really
yeah.
cool.
I
And
think they
then,
had it last year too. I think it came out
okay,
again. But yeah, it was a
yeah,
couple of years ago.
yeah, I like that one. And I thought they had a couple of cool tombstones that were like, they were really cool. I was
Yeah.
like, man, I like these tombstones.
Yep. I think part of it too is like I have a hard time going into a store and not buying something Halloween. Like when I'm there, like it's a sickness. You're right. It just is. Just like like I can. There's gonna be some way I can use this. Let me just get it because if I don't get it now, you won't be able to buy it, right? So,
Yep, yep,
um,
yep,
the FOMO kills me.
yep, yep. And man, it gets worse too as you start to add to that. And like, man, at some point, because are you ever thinking about kind of doing a trail, or are you going to continue just to do more of a display? What's your goal?
So we do it. We do a trail, but it's kind of like a display trail in a sense. So
Okay,
it's kind of like um, it's hard to tell. And last year it was hard to tell because I lost the plastic walls I had hung up because of a
okay,
storm. I had everything set up for the party, and it worked, and then I didn't get to film it that night because by the time I was just exhausted. And then all of a sudden we had a big storm coming the next day, so I had to like pull all my props in. Um, and then the storm like blew all my. So I basically just like hung plastic and put stuff on the ground to divide areas, because normally you wouldn't really see them. It would just kind of give you darkness.
yeah,
Uh, but the wind wrecked them. So then when I kind of rebuilt it, I kind of just kind of placed props, so there was less walking through than I had originally. Um, but it's kind of like so we walk through and we have like the jack o' lantern area, and then you go through the woods and there was a spider's webs in the woods, and then you would find the witch's hut that we had, and that's where Lethal Lily was inside there. Um, Thought she would be protected in the witch's hut. You know what happened to my Lethal Lily, right? Did you hear about that?
no, I didn't.
One of these days I'll do a video on it. So because we had the storms and bad weather for like a good week and a half, I had props that stayed in. Some was in my back house, and some were in this witch's hut that I built that had a full roof, so they couldn't get wet. Um, and so I thought they'd be fine. I was worried about the weather. What I did not think of was freaking mice building a nest inside her head and chewing all her wires
Oh,
up.
no.
So I found out, right? I brought the props in to take them apart, and so I brought her in, and then we started seeing like mouse poop in the house. I'm like, great, we got a mouse in the house, not making any connection. And then when I took her apart, um, there was some stuff in the chest area and mouse poop. I'm like, oh my god, the mouse was living in her chest area.
Oh my
So
gosh, are you?
I cleaned her all up. I put her in the box. I taped her up, but I didn't bring her downstairs because it was late at night. So I left her there. The next day I was working from home, It happened to be my work from home day, and I'm typing, and I hear this scratching sound. I'm like, what is that? The mouse was in the freaking box because it was in her head. It made a nest in her head, so I put her away with a mouse in her head. So I took the box out. I opened it up. Sure enough, the mouse came out. I've got a video of it. I wanted to make a full video, like, don't let this happen to your props. Um,
You have to do that
when
video.
when I take her head apart, when you see how much stuff was in there, it was. I don't even know how the mouse fit in there because there was just so much stuff built in there for a nest, and all our wires are chewed up. So I've
Oh,
got to.
it's
I
really
started
funny.
cleaning her up. I got to finish cleaning her up, and I'm hoping if I just replace the wires that she'll work again. I don't know. It
That is
was.
the most heartbreaking prop disaster I've. That's got to be the top of the
Oh,
list right there.
it killed me.
I've heard about the wind blowing over, stuff getting stuck in the rain, but dude, that is the most heartbreaking. Holy, because that feels like a violation.
It
Of,
was right. Oh, it was
oh
brutal.
God,
And of
that's
course,
awful.
like something falling over and breaking. It's like, well, I could weld it back together maybe, or do something to get it. But like in that, it's like the most important part of her. The mouse had to make a nest.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna rebuy a new one of her, but now with Captain Cuts and these other ones, I'm just like, I'm gonna try to fix her. I'll try to fix her first, and
Protect the captain at all costs.
right, yeah, I'll take that head
That's
in with me. I'm gonna
crazy.
sleep with that head at night.
That's got to be one of my biggest nightmares because I'm not too I'm at an age now where I'm not afraid to admit my weaknesses, man. I don't like critters at all.
Right,
I don't like critters at all. Like I would not have handled that well. I'd have been like, ah. But we had last year, I was putting stuff up, and our shed is like literally. I honestly believe if we really sat and organized the shed, we probably can get more out of it. But it's the end of the season. You're tired. I just need to get it in there.
yep.
So we were putting all of our stuff away. And, we have all these corn stock. I mean, tons of corn stock. So we're like a buffet destination.
Where do you get all your corn stalks?
There's a farm local to us, and they know that we do charity work. So they give us the corn stalks for like pennies. You know what I mean?
That's
So,
awesome.
so we and literally we get like a truckload of them, like literally the whole entire side of our house is covered. And then we use those to basically make our trails and our maize and stuff like that. So, but yeah, we get like all the critters you can think of because we got a green belt behind our house where there's a trail with a stream. So
Oh, really?
so everything you can think of is in that freaking green belt. But
Yep.
I'm sitting here putting stuff away last year, and I just saw something flash by real quick, and and the first thought was, oh my God, the shed doors are open. And I just saw them dart by, and I'm like, why do I know it went right in the shed? And so, lo and behold, I go to the shed, and I hear stuff scuffling around, and I'm freaking out like, dude, I do not want to have the stench of death in here next year. Like the
Right.
last thing I want. So I'm sitting here, so I start pulling everything back out of the shed. The stinking chipmunk.
Oh, really?
And every time I pull something out, he goes behind something else. So I
Of
literally end
course.
up pulling everything out, and I'm like, "Get out!" I have to like chase him out,
Yep.
and then I close the doors and little one by one. But I was just like, I don't want this guy dead in here next year because he would have
Yeah.
been dead.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And then you always wonder too, like, can they get into the boxes? Can they get into
Yeah,
stuff?
and they will. They'll chew right through rodents of any type. Will chew right
Right.
through cardboard. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
absolutely. Except for
So
the one that
man,
was trapped in my box. Apparently, he just scratches, "Help! Let me out!" Can you
wow,
imagine though
that's
if I
crazy
opened up
story.
Lethal Lily a year later and there was a dead mouse in there? Like,
People be like, "That's the best prop ever." It was
right?
like there was a mouse hanging
She
out of her mouth.
she smells like death. uh, I
Wow, wow,
just
wow.
did a check and I still don't see any update yet.
Yeah, same
Uh,
here. Same here.
do
It
you
looks
need
like
to get a coffee or go to the bathroom or anything? Are you good?
you know what I'm gonna do is I'm going to get a battery charger because my phone's like on low. So I've got like a little battery cord. I'm gonna hook it up
Okay,
so you can
go for it.
keep some juice going here.
All right. So while we do that, I'll see if I can get in and just play some videos for you. let's show you the servo skeleton. I don't know if everyone's seen this yet. I'm gonna share this. And where are we? Right here.
Don't look now. The original towering terror, the 12-foot skelly, is back. And this time, with a head-turning twist, literally. The 12-foot servo skeleton brings realistic motion to this colossal classic. Servo motors move the head from side to side in search of fresh frights, while its life eyes blink, squint, and scan as they change color, shape, and pattern.
Movement is cool.
Choose from 8 different optical options, or use the included remote to select your scan. This outdoor-rated mega monster brings all the bone-chilling sculptural detail of the original to life again, with tethered stakes and a sturdy metal base to keep it standing tall in all weather. But once it's up, you'd better hope it likes what it sees. If it's got a bone,
There we go.
it might just be one of yours. The new 12-foot servo skeleton. Only at the Home Depot.
Okay, so it is pretty cool looking. You know, seeing that servo movement again, I do like it. You know, I definitely think it's pretty cool. What other videos can I still access? It's not. I can get to the stuff on my wish list pretty much, and then everything else, even the links I was finding from other people, I couldn't really access. But for some reason, these I can still get to. So let's look at Knight Dullahan again. Let's see.
All right, sorry about that. Dear, hope I didn't.
That's
hope
all
I
right.
wasn't.
I'm actually gonna run to use the bathroom quick myself, so I'm gonna play a quick. I'm gonna share the Knight Dullahan video, and I will be.
I'll react while you go take a bathroom break.
There you go.
All right.
Come closer, weary traveler.
Lost are we? Saddle up with Ireland's own nogginless nightmare. The 8.5-foot Knight Dullahan. In the crow-black night, his red LED eyes smolder like 2 hot coals. His menacing mouth and exposed chest radiate with rage. Rearing in excitement, this massive mare has glowing red eyes that give a ghoulish glow. Be the unfortunate one who captures their attention, and the two come alive. The horse's head moves up and down as its rider's arm swings wide. Head in hand, the horseman's jaw
Now,
begins to
even
move
though that's a
delivers
ultra
one of
foldable
6
skeleton, one thing I
thrilling
do love about the head
threats.
is the extra detail of the nice little crack running down.
I do
That's not
enjoy
something you
the
get on the
chase
standard
and
ultra
earning
foldable model.
my trophies. Time's up. Here I come.
I also agree
If
with
you're
Dan.
looking for a Halloween
This
ride
supposed
or
to be an
die,
Irish
you found it.
knight.
The
It would have been really nice for
8.5-foot
him to have
Knight
an Irish
Dullahan.
accent. I think that really was a missed opportunity,
Only
although it's still pretty doggone amazing looking prop. So I'm curious to see what you guys think of that. But I definitely agree with Dan. There should have been an Irish accent involved with that guy.
Right? That's a little weird. I'm kind of surprised that they even kind of come out and say it, and then it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they just think it wouldn't be as scary sounding. I don't know.
Yeah.
He,
Although they would have been in uncharted territory. Have we ever had a prop with an Irish accent yet? I don't think we have.
I think they're placating their American audience. I think they think we can't handle the cultural diversity. I think honestly, I think hearing a scary, angry Irish headless horseman would be like awesome. That would be sick. But
Yeah, think of the janitor from The Simpsons. That'd be the
right?
perfect guy.
Awesome. Any Captain Cuts video? I have a Captain Cuts video. I can get that for you because he is on my wish list. The only ones I can get to right now are my wish list still. I don't understand why, but at least I can get to those.
But it's not letting you get to. I noticed. It seems like they're blocking off all the popular items.
Yeah,
Because I noticed when you sent me that link, I couldn't get any of that stuff in the link. It was all the lower tier stuff that was showing in the link.
Yeah, so yeah, I have the same issue now. I can't get. So earlier, what happened was, for anyone that doesn't know, we if you showed the items that were no longer for sale, some of these were starting to come up, and you could add them to your wish list. And so that's what some people were doing. I saw online, so I did that. And for some reason, I can still access those, but I can't access anything else. But let's show Captain Cuts because he is amazing.
Yes.
Here be another scallywag to join me crew. Step in line and hop to, or I'll cut ye down and swab the deck with your entrails.
Yo-ho and a bucket of blood. All aboard the ship of the 7-foot animated Captain Cuts. Brandishing a crooked silver hook and the long, sharp cutlass for which he's named. This seafaring swashbuckler has quite an edge. Like any buccaneer worth his weight in gold, he's befriended by a beautiful bird perched on his shoulder. His twisted gray beard is as long as a day on the stormy seas.
I love the braids in the beard.
Right.
The blue overcoat is splattered with the consequences of raids gone right and wrong. Awaken Davy Jones and watch as his heavy-lidded, rum-soaked eyes move.
That face, the sculpt is
He
awesome.
blinks lazily, looking from side to side as he tilts about, finding his sea legs and threatening to turn any scurvy dog that dares cross him into shark bait.
If ye ain't partial to honest pillaging, ye pomp scoundrel, then ye can walk the plank.
Dead men tell no tales.
So there's the skeleton,
So shape
Dave.
up before you ship out.
The corpse one.
Don't be jumping ship now, landlubber. We be setting sail for distant ports unknown.
The 7-foot animated Captain Cuts.
Wow, he is so
Be
freaking.
jumping ship now,
He's awful.
landlubber.
I didn't mean awful. I meant awesome.
Yeah, he's so cool. I love
Do you
this.
think that's? Do you think his face is latex?
I don't. I'm assuming it's going to be the same as like the Lethal Lily and the Yoda. So that's the corpse skeleton they have right here.
Yes.
So
he comes with a little hat, huh?
I don't think so. I think that was just added because there's another one over here with no hat in the right hand corner.
I would love to see like a real good close up on him.
Yeah.
Home Depot is classic for leaving these Easter eggs all through their promos, and then you don't see the stuff in stores till way later. You know, it's like I remember. Okay, if you remember the year the Phantom came out, I remember I was sitting there, and I always end up finding myself looking in the background at something.
Yep.
And I remember seeing those two small ghost twins, and I'm like, "What the hell are those?" And they wouldn't talk about it. They wouldn't say anything, and I'm like. Like, what are those things? And they didn't do it until it got to right where the launch was, and they talked about the Ghost Twins. And I was so happy to get those because that was another one of those value buys. For $100, you got both of them. I'm like, dude, yeah. And they're so versatile. You can do so much with them. They're always going to work. You know what I mean? They take light really well. The only knock on them was that they were loud. You turned them on, and they had that super loud. Some people were doing a tutorial on how to like deactivate the sound because I would love to do that. I still want the lighting, but I just want to get rid of that stupid sound.
I mean,
Somebody
you could always cut the wires.
I just got
to.
Yeah, I just got to figure out the 1-2 cut. I know me, I'd be the one to cut the one that freaking.
Open the box and see which. Just follow the wires to the speaker. You should be fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
We'll do it live. I'll walk you through it. If you cut the wrong one, I'll quickly disconnect it. Delete my YouTube page.
It'll be like in Napoleon Dynamite where he's doing the Tupperware demo.
Yep.
And he backed up over the Tupperware and he's like,
let's see. We got a couple more. Yeah, so he is awesome, right? He is so good. I agree.
yes.
Are you refreshing the page and letting us know when everything is live? So that is the plan. Now,
Yep.
be aware that there is a bit of a delay, right? So when we're talking and doing our thing, we're a little bit ahead of you. We're going to get an idea of when stuff's happening because what usually happens with Home Depot, at least in the past, what I've seen is they'll start updating the page, right? So you'll be able to
Yes.
click the
It'll
Halloween
look different.
page and you'll start seeing the props listed, but they're not available. At that point, you can usually add them to your wish list. Once that happens, every minute or two, you just click refresh on your wish list page, right? And then if one of them becomes available, because it's not like they don't have like a master button. It seems like they click and everything comes live. It's like they turn one on at a time. So you'll literally like hit your refresh on your wish list and one of them
Stuff
might
will
be
do it.
available. Don't
Yeah.
wait for all of them. As soon as
Yep.
one becomes available, go to buy it. Either have your credit card info saved or pay through something like a PayPal or something. Something that's quick. So your information goes in quick, have everything saved that you can go through. And then as soon as that purchase is done, go back to your wish list and see if anything else is available. That's worked best for me, and that's on Home Decorating Fanatics. That's what they say. Other people said the same thing. So,
Okay. Yep. You know, the
but
brilliance behind that is it's almost like an impulse buy. You know, when you walk through the market and you got that little aisle you got to go through and it's got all this stuff. It's like an
right,
impulse buy. It's like your thing may not be available, but this is available right now. You sure you
right.
want to say no?
I know, and I put stuff on my wish list that I don't want to buy, but just so I can tell other people. So I'll be like, no, no, no. Oh, I just bought it. So, but yeah, so that's what I suggest. So we'll have a pretty good idea when stuff's coming
Yep.
well in advance.
Yep.
Um, so I said, thanks, guys. Watching you guys for the update. If I remember correctly, I think Lethal Lily was the first thing to sell out last year. It was sold out within. I hate this little button here. Is it 2 minutes? He's saying. I can't see.
It was actually, believe it or not, it
Two.
was the
Yep.
ultra pulsables were gone
Sold out
before.
super fast.
Yeah, because I actually had Lethal Lily in my cart and I could not find the ultra pulsables. They were gone. I mean, gone within seconds.
It's funny because the only reason I have any viewers now is because I was able to get the ultra posable, and for some reason that video blew up. I got like 20,000 views on it. I
They're
think
freaking awesome.
because people couldn't get them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and that's why when you see something, buy it right away. Just
Yep.
click buy and then come back. Lethal Lily, I almost missed out on last year. I had two same thing like this, right? But I wasn't streaming. I had two computers and my phone, and I log into my dad's account for one. I had my account, and I had her on the two computers, and I'm hitting to purchase, and it was just getting the spinning thing like that. It wasn't going through, and it's spinning, and I just like I could see the numbers on my phone going down, down, down. It was like I think we were under 20 or something by the time I was like, I'm just buying it on my phone. So I went through my phone and the sale went through on my phone, but I was still trying to spin on the other ones.
Wow.
And so that's why my phone's on my charger here. I got this laptop here.
Smart.
Something's got to work, but yep. And I'm logged in. I'm logged into my account. I got my wish list up and everything. So, but I think we're still a few hours off.
I think it's probably gonna be around 5:36. I think honestly, it's probably gonna be when it's gonna hit. So.
But the April one, it wasn't until like almost 6:30. Oh, was it 6:30? Did we have a time change where we were? I think it was still 6:30 that time. I don't remember. I can't remember yesterday. So, but it was a little bit later than I expected. And I was angry because I was like, if I got up my regular time, I like what I was going to do for the convention. Like I would have been fine. Instead of I set my alarm, I would doze off. I set my alarm for every 15 minutes at the end. At first it was like a half hour, and then I'm like, oh, now we're getting closer, and we do 20 minutes, and
Right.
so I'd like just start dozing off, and the alarm would go off, and like, oh, check my computer. It was
Yep, that
crazy.
sounded like me the first year that I did it, man. It was like, holy crap. You know, it's crazy. I had a buddy, I made this joke on the Facebook page for Decorating Fanatics, but I think it fell on a deaf room. But I was like, is there any hackers out there? Because
So
I
we
had
got.
a buddy,
I was just told we get something listed on Home Depot. Let's see.
let's see.
Uh,
Check it out.
there's a $129 snapping scarecrow listed on Home Depot now. All right, Willie, where did you find this here? I'm not seeing it searching Halloween.
No. Yeah, and it's
Hmm.
showing the same roundup of stuff available.
Yeah, let me check Decorating Fanatics.
Yeah, when I go into the shop now, it just shows the same
Oh,
kind
we
of
had.
generic.
Okay, this is interesting. The link for the hearse is up, but it quickly redirects you.
Uh
All right, I'm gonna see if I can click the heart so I can keep the link really quick. Oh, I just missed it. Someone said that if you do that, if you click the link and then while it's up, if you can click the heart to put it on your wish list, then you can keep it.
oh, holy crap. That's a
Yeah,
new.
I'm not fast. I'm too slow. Keeps switching to print.
Let's see.
Nope. So the links are coming up. They're building them. They're just trying to keep us off them as much as they can.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find this. Oh, I almost had it that time. I tried it again. I think I got it. Oh, I almost did, but let me just check. Nope, still 6 items. I don't see the scarecrow though.
I saw the ultra posables from your link. And that the only thing I
$99
got
Reaper.
was let's see here. Hold on. There's the tree. Hold on. There's clowns, the skull stack, dragon, boogeyman. It's old stuff. Sitters, souls, lethal lily. Let's go to. Let's see here.
It's really it. Oh, I got it to the Halloween list. The hearse.
You got to the hearse. Yeah, I
Yep.
just have that list that you sent me. I'm using that one link.
Yeah, I'm not able to find any of those. So, but I'll bring you guys to check out the hearse page if you
Oh, the
want to check
murderous
that out.
maple. The murderous maple popped up. I'm just gonna add it to the list just in case.
Oh, we got the marionette witch too.
Oh, I see. Captain Cuts.
Okay,
And the
I'm
other
gonna
one.
I'm gonna share my screen just so you guys can see what a fool I look like trying to add these. But that way, if you want to do it yourself, you can see.
There's the vampire. Where the hell's the
What's
Reaper?
gonna happen though? If it takes me to the
Blood
link,
Doctor.
I don't know if you're gonna see it or if it's gonna stay on the same page. Nope. Can you see that?
I can't find the Reaper.
Okay. No, it stays on that page. So I can't even show you what I'm trying to do. I'm clicking the link here, and then as soon as the Home Depot page comes up, I'm trying to click the heart before it disappears. And then that. Oh, wait a second.
I've been able to add some to my list.
Oh, wait, she came back. All right, I got the marionette listed. All right, I'm going to add her.
Okay, so are you going to the list to do that, or are you going from that one link that you sent me?
So I'm just getting. So on Halloween Decorating Fanatics, some people are posting links.
Okay.
And then I've got. So once I get in, maybe I can I don't know if I can share these with you guys. Is there anything
But
else?
nobody posted a link for the Reaper, huh?
Not yet. That's what
I
I'm
saw
looking for right now.
everything. I saw everything but the Reaper. Literally, I saw the Murderous Maple. I saw Captain Cuts. I saw the Headless Horseman. I saw everything but the Reaper.
Frankenstein. Oh, I don't see the Reaper yet.
Just change the shop now. But when you click, okay, let me go back. Somebody just said change the shop now, but I still don't see shop now. Mine still says the wait is almost over. Mine's did not. See, I feel like regionally they are controlling who can get in and who can't. Because I saw somebody's screen, I see the screen print where it says everything you need shop now. And I'm like, okay, wherever Janet Reed is, I'm curious to see where she's at.
So I'm going to share my wish list page. These aren't all I'm buying, but I'm putting them on here so I can show people. So I was able to get all of these on the wish list. So now
How
that
do you
should.
how do you access your wish list?
So if you go up to me, up here, and then go down to product lists, you can create a new list.
I have menu quotes list, probably because I'm on my pro account. I have the one that says David.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm not that fancy. I don't have a pro account. Excuse me. You don't see at the top. Do you see what I'm looking at? Where there's the different shop all services, do it yourself, me and
Shop.
cart.
See, it's probably because I'm on my account. I wonder if that's throwing me off.
I mean, I'm logged in. I'm logged into the
I
account.
see. So I have menu quotes list, pro account, and then cart is what I show.
So maybe it's your pro account. Is there
Yeah, let
anything
me
in
go
there?
in there. So I'm opening that up. That gives me account dashboard, purchase history, rewards hub.
Yeah, go to the very bottom. Do you see product lists?
I see profile.
Right under
And
profile, I have product lists. You don't have that?
no, mine goes to military benefit. Let me click on profile, see if that does anything for me.
It's weird that they don't have a product list for you.
Yeah, I think once you're in the pro setup, that sucks.
We're getting closer because for a while, none of these prices were showing.
Product, no.
So that's a good
Product
sign.
lit. Oh yeah, because I put it under a job, so maybe it's under. Yep, here we go. Yep, I got it. 12 items. Yep.
So Willie's got he did the same filter thing. So if you let's search.
It's so funny. I
Halloween.
put a bunch. Nate, I put a bunch in my list, and some of them are saying image not available, and it doesn't give you any information. It says
Right.
image unavailable. I don't know if yours is doing that.
So we want to do all filters. Show out of stock, and then we want to do the brand. Why can't I? Before when I did brand, I could see a lot more options. I could like scroll through them. For what is it I'm looking for? It's the home accent holiday. Thank you, Willie. Why can't I get to that now?
Now it's blocking me out.
They're watching our stream. They're like, oh, they got in. Get him out. Get him out.
Yeah. And I told you I had added a few to my list, and it's blocking even the ones I have in my list. It's interesting. They're like stuck spinning, like you told me. Like,
see now, let's see what page. I'm sorry, guys. I don't even know what page I'm showing right now. All right, you got the list page, and you're just seeing that. I apologize. I forget that it doesn't follow me with this. So if I refresh, are they going to disappear on me? Oh, they're still showing up. Let's go look at the. Okay. I don't know if I still can get into the.
I just got back in myself. I'm having better luck on my mobile device than I am on my laptop.
So you can put your email address in, right? But the problem with putting your email address in is that the emails go out too late, kind of. You know, you almost have to be refreshing it.
Gotcha. Yep.
There's no video for that one, but we can watch a video for the marionette while we're chilling. Let's check her out again.
Words have turned my bones into sticks. That's what I get for testing spells on myself. A sad tale, to be sure. The 6-foot animated marionette witch once had the world on a string. Now she plays puppet to an age-old curse.
The movement's pretty cool.
Stuck hanging from her sturdy wooden support structure, this woeful witch is desperate to cut loose.
I like that the post looks like it's all wood.
And she
That's cool.
springs to
I
life,
see the scarecrow now.
begging and pleading, writhing on her fixed
Snapping
frame
scarecrow.
as her
Just
pallid
grins and
face and
giggles.
eyes fill with LED light.
Say, you look like you know some magic. Want to help a little old lady like me out?
Wavy silver strands frame her weathered face, while a tattered red sweater over battered black dress pair perfectly with her sinister striped socks.
Oh, now that people have seen everything except the Skellies and Chucky.
But be warned,
all right.
Yeah, I'm not
wicked
seeing
witch has a few tricks up her strings.
Just say this little old incantation and we'll be switching bodies in no time.
I should go to the link I sent.
The 6-foot animated marionette witch. Only at the Home Depot.
Okay, well, we're getting closer. That's a good sign, everyone.
Yep.
Oh, why do I have that coming up? Oh, because I sent the wrong. Oh, okay. All right, let me show you what I'm seeing. We are starting to see it. So, can I put this into the chat? Let's see. For anyone who's having an issue sorting.
So right now I have the murderous maple and the ultra posables. I think if the Reaper doesn't materialize for me, I think I'll get the murderous maple and those I'll get those the Skellies, because I know I'll get the Reaper at some point, but you know what I mean. I'll be okay if I'm stuck with the murderous maple.
Right. Murderous Maple's cool.
Yep.
It's too long. I can't post the search link for people. I guess I could. Hold on.
Let's go back in. What I've been doing is going in and out and going back into that link you gave me. And every once in a while I see something new.
That's the first part and the second part. If you can paste those together, you can get the same search link I did.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny because both of them melded. You gave me two at one point, but now they're all one. Like I can't click on them separately. Like I click,
really?
They're all fused. Yeah. But it's getting me into the list, though. It is, you know, I like I said, I think I'm in the same boat everybody else is in. I think I'm not seeing the Reaper or Chucky.
Hold on. Let me show. All right. Let me share what for anyone who can't see. I'll figure out where I'm going. What am I doing here? So it's the I got the regular Skelly.
Yep.
Got
that. Yep.
Superposable.
The bag. Those bags are cool, by the way. Have you ever gotten one of those bags?
I haven't, but I probably should.
They have wheels on them. They're awesome. We bought 2 of them. I'll probably get some more this year.
Nice. We got the dog. We've got the Inferno Deadwood. We've got Frankenstein's monster.
Yep.
Got Inferno Pumpkins back. Skull Stack.
Yep.
We've got
Yeah, you're
there's a
seeing
green
everything the
dragon
same.
and a fire dragon this year, which is cool.
Yep.
Boogeyman's back. The Pitted Skeleton 6-pack.
Yep.
Sitter of Souls with their new outfit. We got Dean.
Yep.
Lily. I want to get a new one, but maybe I can fix mine. I need to get the pirates. So that's gonna be my top priority because that's the haunt. So you can get 2 of the dancing witches.
Oh, you know what? You know what I just saw? You can get the standard Skelly scary head. So you can hook it up to, I'm going to go ahead and save that. That's kind of cool. It's $80.
So this one we hadn't seen before. I think this is, I can't see it though. Go back. Let me heart it. I think this is the one Willie was talking about. Let's add it and then see if we can get to the page.
I got the hearse. Are you seeing the hearse now?
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
I got the Deadwood.
The 3 clowns are on there.
Oh, they're all popping up. We're getting they did this to me one year though, right? And I thought we were getting so close, and that was like another hour.
Yeah.
Oh, they got the accessory kit for the 12-foot skeleton.
Okay.
I don't quite. Have you seen that?
No, I was. Oh yeah, with the kind of the emo girl wig. Yep, I did see that.
Doesn't do anything for me. But
did you see the head though? Did you see that the head works with the standard skeleton?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, standard Skelly head right here. Yep. There's the hearse. Oh, there's the cauldron, the plague doctor.
Yep. So yeah, we're definitely seeing the same things.
But just so you know, people, I'm not buying all these. These are just so we can see if when they're live or not.
Yep.
I gotta make sure
right now, if I was to buy my list, I would be in trouble.
Right. Watch me hit a buy all by accident, and then so this is the snapping scarecrow.
Yeah, Jamie would be like, "What do you mean we're not paying the mortgage this month?" Yeah, we'll see.
Or maybe for a few months.
Right. Can we get a forbearance? Another thing that sold out quick last year were those damn bat skeletons. Those things.
Yeah. I missed those last year. I had to get them in the store.
Yeah, they were. We didn't even get them in the store. They freaking were gone. Period.
Oh wow.
They were gone. Never showed up. It's funny. We were joking about this earlier. We weren't really joking, but guess what? One of the things Home Depot is selling, you probably see it. $50 Home Accents 50-watt multicolor floodlight. We've got everything. You need the plug. You need the light.
I just want to make sure my top ones are on the top priorities are on the top. I need the pirates. Still don't know if I'm getting Jack of Spades today or not. I like him. I just don't know if I'm getting him today.
He is cool. He is very cool.
Scary Skelly head. So I'm definitely I want to get the 2 pirates and the Grim Reaper. Possibly the head and possibly him. But let's check out some of these other ones. I'm curious what this guy is. Snapping
Check
Scarecrow.
out that skull stack and let me know if you see what I'm talking about as far as the tiki aspect of it when you get a shot.
The pumpkin, the jack-o'-lantern one?
The new pumpkin stack. It should be in that list.
So they're on the list, but the pages aren't live yet. So I actually can't go to them. I can't go to them like the other ones I could.
Gotcha.
All right. So are any of these live? Oh, so the Murderous Maple's live.
Yep. I already got him in my list.
That one's a full page you can access. What about this guy? Nope.
So is the Murderous Maple live to buy?
not live to buy, but the
Just
page
live
is
to
live, so it's
click on.
close. It's
Okay.
closer than the other one. They're probably going to
Okay.
get all their pages active before anything becomes live. So
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's my fallback option. If no Reaper, I'll get the Maple.
what if the Maple comes live first?
That would suck.
uh,
That would really suck.
I am thinking of getting the first mate as well. Um,
I
so
think that'd be a move. I think
yeah,
that'd be a move.
mostly because to do the same amount of work on the ultra posable skeleton, it's time I don't have, and it would still cost me almost the same thing.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
I think it's worth it for the 150. It's not a bad price.
I was discussing that. It's funny you said that. I was discussing that with one of the other haunters who does a lot of make
Yep.
and DIY. And I told him, you know, because I don't really fault anybody for using things. And yes, you should execute it right. Don't just throw it out there. But at the same time, your time is just as valuable as your money. So do you have the time to
Right.
build? Not everybody has that. So,
Exactly.
you know, and so I hear people say, oh, you should make it. It's like, no, you find out what's right for you, what's your normal, and you go with that. If
Yeah.
it's building DIY, great. If it's getting props, whatever works. As long as it looks good in the end, that's all that matters.
We got some totals coming in, right? So
Total.
Willie has 26 items totaling $3,931.96.
Oh man, Willie, you're doing this thing.
You're killing it. You're going all in. And Lee's close. He's got 8 items for 2,052. Honestly, 26 items and it's only 4,000. That's actually not too bad,
That's crazy because that's like Transworld money.
right? Is the hearse worth 400 plus the pony? So
You want to hear
I don't have the hearse, so I haven't actually seen it in person. Have you ever seen it in person, Dave?
the old one? I don't know if it's very similar to the old one, but I have seen the old one in person. Matter of
Okay.
fact, I saw it being raffled off not too long ago.
Oh,
So
really? Okay.
yeah.
So what were your thoughts on the build quality and everything?
Of the hearse,
Yeah.
for what it is, yeah, I think it's really neat. I think it's decent. It's I mean, obviously you don't want to really you don't want to bang on it too much. It's not built for that, but you know, for the
Right.
most part, that's usually going to be a static prop that you're probably going to put somewhere where it's unaccessible to people. But yeah, I would get it. I would totally get it.
And then would you get, so the other question is, so he's asking about the hearse with the pony. Would you get the pony or the horse with it?
I think the pony is more proportionate to it. The
Right.
horse may be a little too
Make
oversized.
it look too small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would get the horse as a standalone item option with some of the other things, you know, that you can get.
Right.
Yeah. I thought he looked good with the Smoldering Reaper last year. Like if you had the horse and him next to each other,
Yep.
because he kind of has like that kind of death horse look.
We had him with the headless horseman, the one that holds the pumpkin head that they had a couple years back. So we had him standing next to him. He fell apart. His spine broke, so I got to try to fix that. So I don't know if that setup's going to happen, but Willie's only going to buy a few, so you're not buying all of them. Okay. I thought you were the master spending $4,000.
Hey Willie, can I put some in your cart if you don't mind?
Right? Oh, the first mate is online only. That's good to know.
So you won't be in
How can
stores,
you
huh?
how can you tell the difference? Oh, now I can't click on the page to go to it. Oh, I can't go to the first mate page.
Oh wow.
Can I still go to any of the pages? I still go to Captain Cuts. Well, Captain Cuts is still tops. First mate's cool, but if I have to pass on him, I can.
Right. Gotcha.
Oh, some of them say. Why do some of them say exclusive? Does that mean that they're no? That's not online only because I don't think that is. Because I don't think the new pumpkin stack would be online only, would it? Or the
I
Plague
don't think
Doctor?
it would be. I don't think it would. The last one wasn't. So unless they're changing that all of a sudden,
Yeah, some of
but
them, some say exclusive, and I'm not sure why. They're boxing us out. I can't get to some of my links now.
oh
That's all
man,
right. We're getting closer, though. We're getting closer.
getting hotter. Oh, they got the Skelly lighting kit. So that's kind of neat. So you can get the new head, you can get the chest piece, and pretty much mod your own skeleton and update them, which is kind of neat to know. That's not a bad move. It's kind of neat to know you can do that. I
Yep.
heard, did you get that light kit for your Skelly?
I did. Yep, I actually put it in last year. That was actually
Was
one of
it,
the
some people
earlier
said
videos I did.
some people said it seemed a little more involved than you would think it is.
So I just thought I was an idiot when I was doing it because there was like just trying to figure out the placement seemed a little weird. But then once I like realized what I was supposed to do, it wasn't bad.
Okay.
So can you hold the fort for 1 minute, Dave? My
Okay,
dog
I
is
got
going to
you.
wake my family up. So give me 1
No
second.
problem. I got you. I got you. I'll hold it down. I'll hold it down with all the crew here waiting for the gates to open, man. I guess it's better than being out on Black Friday. You don't have to worry about getting trampled unless you can get trampled virtually. Can you? Can you get trampled virtually? I don't think you can. But I don't know if you guys are like me, but I'm like, just put the doggone Reaper up. Quit playing with our emotions, right? I'm going back in and checking, guys, to make sure. But it gives me a count every time I go out of this link. It lets me know that there's 66 items showing. So every time I go back in, it's still saying 66 items. So I think my hunch is pretty accurate. Is going to break right around 5:30 or 6. I think is when we're going to see this thing pop. So, but I feel pretty confident. Worst case scenario, I have a plan. If plan A doesn't work, there is a plan B. So either way, it'll be nice to not walk away completely empty-handed because I think I'll win. If I can't get the Reaper, I know he'll be in stores later. I'm okay getting that murderous maple if that happens, because I would love to do an unboxing on him. And if he's as easy to set up as the distortions maple, then that'd be pretty cool. It looks very similar where it's a 3-part install where you have a base, a mid, and a top. And maybe even the arms come apart. So if that's the case, it may be very similar to the way the distortions tree is set up. I hope it is. We'll see.
Yep.
But I think he's going to be in the plan either way, either now or later. He's going to be in the plan.
Yeah.
The Reaper will either be now and the Murder from April later, or the Murder from April now and the Reaper later. But
When can we get
they're
this Reaper on our list? Does anyone have the Reaper yet?
they're playing they're playing with our emotions right now.
Right? It was
Yeah.
brutal.
Why do I have a feeling I have a picture in my mind of some fascist laughing to himself, waiting to hit a button, going, "Nope, not yet."
My eyes are getting tirelessly. Loudon saying, missing out on some of these will feel like being trampled virtually. Doesn't seem too complex of a setup, so should be good.
That
All right.
answers the question. So we can be trampled virtually. So
Right. I agree. Oh, it's gonna be brutal.
Except
Staying
our
up
hearts
all
will be
night to
pricked.
be like, that's what seeing Lethal Lily going last year because that was the one I wanted the most, and seeing that number go down while my thing was spinning on my computer was like, oh, it's heartbreaking. The last minute I got it on my phone, but
that must have been like sweet victory. I could just hear the SpongeBob music playing in the background. It had to be like a sweet victory.
right, it was like a victory, relief, a little bit of everything. It's like, and that was like the last one, so like, oh, I can go to sleep now.
Right. No countdown.
Oh, Lee said
my page just reset.
Lee said that he added the Levitating Reaper to his list yesterday. Well, I missed my opportunity then because I did not see that.
We have a link for it.
The links they don't really seem to work right though.
Yeah. Yeah, it keeps every time I go back in, it still says 66 results. So I'm thinking somewhere what I was saying earlier to everybody was that I think around 5:30, 6 o'clock, we're going to see the list grow from 66 to more. But
Yeah.
yeah,
So I picked this guy up last year. I'll share screen quick. I thought for $60 he was a steal. They don't have a video for him though. Did you see this guy last year?
no,
He's a gravedigger skeleton. So his mouth moves and he lifts the pickaxe up and down. I thought he was actually
I didn't even see that guy. I
pretty.
just totally didn't see him. Who makes him? Is that Haunted Hill?
That's a good question. Oh, does it say on the top? No. National Tree Company.
Okay, yeah, that explains it. Okay, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, because they do National Tree Company year round and Haunted Hill Farms. Those two
Yep.
usually are in the mix. Although Haunted Hill, I think, is charging way too much for their stuff. They're acting like they're making premium stuff, and I'm like, dude, this is way too expensive for
Right.
what It's Haunted Hill is like the one thing I will say is Haunted Hill is starting to bring back a lot of the old techie stuff, and reissue it. So
That's cool.
I guess they're basically bringing back a classic.
The classic
So they're
look, right?
asking higher prices, which I'm just like, no.
Retro's in.
Yeah. Yep. So, we didn't talk about this guy, but thinking about it, I guess I'll weigh in on him. Our guy, the Scarecrow. What is he called? Something of Souls, whatever.
Yeah.
Flasher.
The finger pointer.
Yeah.
Soul slasher.
Soul Slasher. So
can I access this page? No.
He is he's what, 150 or 100?
100, $99.
Damn, that's another one where you're like, I'm not gonna lie to you. That top hat annoys me to no end.
You can probably take that off.
If you could, that'd probably be good. I wouldn't mind changing it for like just a regular straw hat, but that top hat it confuses things.
Right.
But yeah, $99 is hard to say no to.
Right.
It's really hard to say no to.
I kind of fell in love with him when I made the video.
Yeah.
The pull my finger joke.
Yeah. I love that, dude. That was almost as good as the Rattles talking, basically saying, I can't move.
Right. I was in such a rush today to get my couple of videos out. Couldn't even think of any skits to add in. I don't know. Dan always pulls it off, and it amazes me that sometimes it's just like my brain's like, nope, you got nothing funny in you.
Oh, no, you do. You do. My wife loves she loves your skit.
That's awesome.
And if you get Captain Cuts, I can only see some funny stuff happening with him.
I gotta think of something good. We can the Plague Doctor page is live.
Okay.
Not to purchase. Sorry, I don't want to get anyone scared, but the page is actually up that you can access.
So you can look into.
So
he is cool looking. He is cool looking. I just don't like the neon. I just don't like the little.
I think you could leave it unplugged. I'm sure you can. You know?
I was gonna say if not, I'm pretty sure you could probably take a paint marker in black and just kind of close it off.
I bet you that's what it's playing super loud.
The pestilence is here. Come in.
The weird thing about the neon is it almost makes it modern feeling.
Even the healthiest specimens.
Yeah, it feels like it's a future.
7-foot animated LED
right?
Plague Doctor casts a shadow on all.
Which the costume is so killer. And it almost like detracts from it a little bit. That costume is amazing.
And foul
I like his movement too, that he moves the staff forward and stuff.
With bright LED light. And his distressed cinder
So he's like
goggles
Plague
change
Doctor
colors.
/ Witch Doctor.
While the death-proof bird mask and tall, stiff collar illuminate the long black beak. And
I hate the way it wraps around
that are its
glasses like that.
Yeah.
His strong gloves and big boots are blacker than the great death, while his brown satchel is a catch-all for powerful potions.
That's what I'm saying. That costume
Draw
is
its omnipresent
dude.
eye,
And
and
he's
this
only $200.
frightening physician comes to life, promising more than just medicine.
There is evil here. I will rid you of it.
But perhaps the good
I like it,
doctor
audio.
isn't all that good
Yeah,
after
I do
all.
too.
This lavender in my mask is barely covering your stench. Bring me the leeches.
I love
The
that.
7-foot animated LED
Awesome.
plague doctor. Only
Yeah, I do
at
like
the
them. I do like them.
I do too. We got some more
Yep.
comments here. Let's see. So Angie said missed Lily last year, but found her in the store. Yep, I did see her in the store eventually too. So I still would have been able to get her. So that makes me feel a little bit better this year. That we'll still have a chance.
Yep. Yep.
Well,
Matter of fact, there was a YouTuber who was like really bummed out. It's kind of just starting out. He's really bummed out, saying he couldn't get Lethal Lily, and kind of was like, it's not online. I keep looking every day, and I finally got on, and I told him, I said, look, hey, dude, all you gotta do is go into stores. He goes, it's not available. I said, well, you need to understand one thing. The online is not factual. It does not give their inventory is way off. You need to go
that's
in the
never right.
store and visually verify whether it's there or not. You need to go.
Yep.
And he kind of argued with me for a little bit, but then he finally goes in and he finds it. And I don't know, maybe I was being petty, but I thought he would say thanks.
Nothing? You
But
got nothing?
no, he goes and then he launches a video and he was like, hey, I found this. It was awesome. You know, don't give up. Luckily, I knew not to give up, and I went and I found it. And I was just like, dang, dude, no, thank you, nothing.